Hey guys, I'm Mike.
I'm Tim.
I'm also Mike.
Yeah.
And this is the Board Game Rundown, and we are live from all three of our basements because we cover games from top to bottom. Woo woo! How are we feeling tonight, Tim?
Pretty good. I cannot express how excited I am that Mike came to join us tonight. He is our first non-rundown, guest. Dude has some serious credentials behind him. He's also the host of one of the hosts of the Full 42, and they do a great job on Mondays going through board games, all kinds of fun stuff. Now these guys get designers on their show, man. They get real industry people. I'm so jealous. So what I do is we hijack Mike over to our own show, right? Like we can't pull in the amazing hosts they do, so we just steal an amazing host from a show that we like, right? So
too kind.
So but yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm really excited. Now we made a bet of who can say Mike's last name less wrong, and I'm gonna go first because I don't want Mike Rice over there to steal my guess, and I'm gonna say it's Guigliano.
Okay, Mike.
Okay.
Well, I had two guesses. That was not one of them. I say the G is not silent, and it's Guigliano.
Or it's Giuliano.
Or it could be Guigliano. That was my weird guess.
All right, so Mike, we'll start with you.
Yep.
Guigliano and Guigliano have been the most mispronounced my entire life because they do want to sound that second G out. And unfortunately for you, it is silent. So Tim's first guess was closer, so you lose.
Giuliano.
Dang it.
The first guess you said was right because the
Giuliano.
second G, but then you corrected yourself and said it correctly.
Oh, what did I say the second time? Giuliano?
It is Giuliano.
Yeah.
Wow, nice. Woo. Well done.
Your first guess was closer because you left the second G out. Your second guess was actually spot on.
Nice.
Nice. Well done, Tim. I'll take my lump in the form of a drink. And you know what? Actually, considering it is Whiskey Wednesday, why don't we just go ahead and address that now? So this is funny. We're going to get Mike's origin story in a little bit. And the origin of Whiskey Wednesday was Tim did a stream on a Wednesday drinking whiskey. And I'm like, Tim, I got an idea. Let's do that with both of us. But like, we're both drinking whiskey and we do it every Wednesday. And I'm going back to origin whiskey. The first one I had on our Whiskey Wednesday stream. This is brewed in Michigan. It is incredibly smooth. Not cheap, but worth every penny. This bottle is actually now gone, so there's backup behind me. I guess I'm taking my lump.
I have Droopy Drawers whiskey. You ever heard of this? No, you haven't, because my buddy gave me a bottle of whiskey for my birthday one year, and he photoshopped and made a label for it. So it says, for that cranky old piece of garbage with soiled undergarments who has discerning tastes. That's what he put on the label. That's what the best man at my wedding did for me one year for my birthday. But it's now gone. It's Indiana whiskey for real, though.
Nice. Well done.
Nice.
I almost went with a rye whiskey that my friend Ryan Bruns gave me from Utah, which is very good. But I figure this is a special occasion, and my favorite is Screwball.
It's amazing.
For those that know me know I'm not far away from a bottle of this ever. It's
nor
fantastic.
should you be. It is.
There's a few different peanut butter whiskeys out there. Some are a little more nutty. this one is just spot on, and it's super versatile, right? You mix it with Chambord, you mix it with Bailey's, you mix it with rum chata. You can mix it with anything. I'm doing it neat, which is my preferred way of doing it.
There you go.
Well,
on the rocks
Screwball's
over
really
here.
Good. I'm a rocks guy myself. I like.
Yeah, you
I
can
like
water
my-
it down.
Unfortunately, he is not with us tonight. That's because we'll never let him back after one of our hosts, Andrew, mixed Screwball with milk.
That's a mistake.
Yeah,
We
that's
agree.
what I thought. Milk was a bad decision.
Yeah. As was letting Andrew guest host that night.
Apparently.
I hope he's here. I hope he's here.
Sorry for your choice, Andrew. That was bad.
Let's say hello to everybody. Hey, Jasmine.
Yeah, we got a few.
Howdy. I forget. This is all weird for me. Like I'm usually I'm on the other side of this, so I can see a lot of other things going on.
Oh, right.
So I can go over the comments.
Can you not see the comments?
No, I forgot I had to click over to comments.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I know.
What's going on, Alan? Alan
He is one of your.
Alan is a good friend of the full 42.
I see him in your Discord often and commenting on your shows.
Good dude. My little Max Bear from the Stuff of Legend from 3WS is wearing a nice Costa Rica hat that he gave me.
Oh, fantastic. Now he hooked you guys up with Comic Hunters, right?
Sure did. He got me mine at QSCon last year in October, and then he sent both Katya and Chris a copy just recently.
Do you like it?
It was my number one from last year. It was
nice.
Fantastic.
I love it. I think it's great. It plays fast, easy to teach. I love comic books anyways, so I was in with the IP.
It's so unique to the way that you're doing 3 different of the 4 different actions every round, and the way that the comics are being judged.
I've never seen drafting done so many different ways, and so creatively. I think it's fantastic.
What's up, Nix?
So I think one of the things that really tuned me into this game before I even played it, not only is it Marvel theme, which I understand, but the side of it, right? Going through the golden, the silver, and the modern age.
It's so good.
So smart, so well done. Plus, a lot of the comics like I have upstairs in the closet that I collected.
Oh my gosh.
Really well done, this one. I know it's hard to find, and it's kind of like one of those braggy moments where you're like, I got it, and you can't get it. But if you can I know it's on eBay. It's hard to find, but it's fucking worth it.
My sister got me one.
I assume we're allowed to curse because
I think you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, my sister got me a copy for Christmas. I didn't even know. She's just like, hey, you got a package coming. And man, I opened that box up and I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Comic Hunters! Like I was rapidly texting her. It's awesome.
We had Jeremy Howard on the show a few months ago, and we were talking about some games, and he mentioned a couple that you can't get here.
Right.
And then Alan was my contact for that one. And that was one of the ones he mentioned, and it's phenomenal. It was definitely, for those that follow the full 42 and know me, I don't like doing top 5s in order. Like my number one is really my number one. It's kind of just a list of 5 because I have a hard time ranking shit.
Sure.
But Hunters would have, with everything else excluded, like my normal stuff, Christmas game, my game, Comic Hunters would have been my solid number one from last year. And I know it came out of but man,
new to us. When we cheat when we do those lists, and I always say new to me because just from the nature of us being content creators, we a lot of times are at the mercy of playing stuff that we need to review, right? Like, oh, we got to play this. Either it's like a friend or an independent game designer or, a Kickstarter. And it's like, we got to get this done. Right. So we're always kind of under the gun to play, not always games that we would initially pick if we just wanted to chill and play some games. So when I play a game 3 years after it came out for the first time, and I'm like, holy shit, this definitely is on my list, right? Like new to me. It's new to me this year. I got to have it. I want it. I love it. I want to talk about it. So
you have your copy sleeved?
Yeah. Cause that card quality is like, eh.
Yeah, that's the one thing, but also it's hard to get, right? It's not like you can just go to Target or Barnes and Noble and get another copy. So like, I want to laminate the shit out of that.
Yeah, no kidding. It's like, I haven't pulled the shrink off of it, but I've got the ICP deck builder into the Echo side. And also though, if anybody, word of the wise, anybody that buys that game, buy sleeves for it right away. because the card quality is not great. It's hard as hell to get your hands on a copy if you were inclined to be a juggalo. And yeah, you want to sleeve it, you want to preserve it, take care of it, because that's a nice like collection piece. If you're a collector, you want to take care of it. Even if I never played Comic Hunters again, I'll never get rid of it, and it'll always be sleeved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, though, I'm gonna play it every chance I get because
it's
I
so
love
good.
It.
It's so good. Yeah. Mike, you play it?
You guys are just. I have not played it yet. Tim is holding out. He actually even brought it over to my house, played it with other people at my house. So you know, to this
because
day,
you wanted to play a 3.5 hour game of Wonderlands War.
Oh, that's your own fault, Mike.
Well, that was my favorite game from last year. That's not social deduction, so I'm not too mad about that. I love Wonderlands War, but no, I know it's short enough. We'll bust it out one of these days. But yeah, we're also not big enough that we have review copies flying in the doors all the time. So that's why we also think a new to you of 2022 gets you a completely different list. You get some recent games mixed into it. So, you know, it's fun. We could have done a top of just 2022, but
we could have, but
still good content.
I wanted to talk about Comic Hunters and what is it? Brave New World and you know, some games like that. Everdell, which I had never played until late last year. And I'm like, well, fine, you guys are right. Everdell's fun, you know. So
it can be.
I haven't had a bad game yet, but I played like 4 or 5 times. So I haven't had a bad game yet. I'm sure it's waiting for me around the corner. There's Bobby. Where's Bobby? I'm tapping on the wrong screen.
There he is.
So there's one of our guest hosts, Bob. Hey, Bob, I got your player components. I'm hiding them behind the camera. So Bob dropped off components, his favorite orange components.
I found this on the web.
Nice. Oh, good. I did too.
My watch is going.
Yeah, I agree with Jeremy. Clore is a friend. He's local from here, and yeah, you could have some pretty shitty games of Everdell come up. Not only with the cards that come up, and you're playing with people that know Mars, which don't get me started. But yeah, I wouldn't play with a lot of people either.
And Bob, yes, they are orange. Bob's colorblind, so he's like, I dropped off some orange components. I think they're orange. So yeah, you're good, buddy.
Yeah,
they are orange.
Way to check, though.
Yeah, right. No, he texted me and was like, I think I dropped them off. So, or you know, the right ones.
And I think they're orange.
Yeah. Let's get into some a little bit of news and stuff, and then we're gonna drill Mike for personal information. You know, like
you're gonna show.
Yeah. For every juicy tidbit you give us, Mike over here has to drink. Ooh. And our goal is to get him falling down out of that chair in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're definitely going to ask him about religion, politics.
On it.
You have no idea. I don't want to talk about any of that. But real quick, in some news, depending on your disposition towards them, Fun Again Games is closing their logistics center. They were based out of Indianapolis, as far as I remember, if I remember correctly. They are currently, the one game I know that I've got that I backed on Kickstarter that I'm waiting for them to ship is Deck of Wonders by Dennis Furia. That game is sitting in their warehouse waiting to go out. I don't think it's like anybody's fault that it's waiting there. It's just like the order of operations, right? Just the way things happen. But yeah, they're going to fulfill everything that they've got in warehouse now. And then I believe by like April 1st, they're closing their doors, and anything that they haven't shipped out or filled, they are making arrangements to have another fulfillment company take that over. So whenever somebody shutters, their doors, I feel bad. I don't know enough about Fun Again or the people that run it to have a real opinion of whether it's a good or a bad thing. I've heard mixed results, not being on that end of the business. I have, only just like, hey, send me my games. It's at this fulfillment center. I got nothing. I get my stuff, but it's sad when anybody's got to close shop. Oh, Mike, I almost forgot to talk about Gil Hova. So Gil Hova from Ludology, he was one of the hosts that took over Ludology after Jeffrey Engelstein left, and he's been doing it for years. He is the owner of Formal Ferret Games, designed games like Networks, and there's other ones that I'm totally forgetting right now. Huh?
Wordsy.
Yeah.
Wordsy
And,
is good. I don't like word games, but Wordsy is just killer. It's so good.
I've heard of it, never played it, but yeah. But yeah, so he is closing down Formal Ferret, and he's stepping away from Ludology for like health reasons. Yeah, so I need to listen to a more recent show and see if they've announced what they're going to do as far as like hosting duties go. I can't imagine that the podcast would go away, because I mean, they're just so prevalent and well known and well followed and everything. And I love the what is it? The biography of a board game or whatever, when they go into the history of a game. Oh, damn, Dan, damn you.
I'm not hosting. I'm a guest.
Sorry, Dan, your dreams are crushed. But yeah, so Gil Hova is stepping away, and but he is making sure that all of his games are signed for distribution, so they won't go out of print. So he's making arrangements for all of that, which I respect that. I think that's great. You know, even if you've got to step away from the industry for a little while for whatever reason, just because you feel like it, doesn't matter. People love those games, right? And you want to be able to, people want to have, you want to have, you know, people to have access to your games, get to play your games, especially like Wordsy, right? If they love your games, like how big of a bummer is that? Like, this guy's going away, you know, and now I'm never going to be able to get that game. So he's making sure that it looks like that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Gil's a stand-up guy. He's I don't know him all that well, but I know him to talk to him when I'm at
sure
conventions, and he's a good guy. So good luck to him.
I've only ever heard him on the podcast, you know, on the Ludology podcast. So, but yeah, so, you know, hope everything's okay there. And then Mike, the big Kickstarter that dropped today, Marvel Multiverse.
That's correct.
So that is that's Marvel United, right? More Marvel United chibi greatness.
More. It is more.
A lot of deep cuts in that one.
See, that's where they get me. Like, I didn't back Marvel United. I bought it retail. Actually, I got 2 copies of it retail because I think it was like the Walmart version had Venom and the other version had Wasp.
Yep.
So I bought 2 copies. I took Wasp out of one, and I gave Dan Gamer Shelter there I was like, you can have this if you're cool having the incomplete copy, but like, I want to have the characters that I have. Simon, just when a game of theirs comes out that I can go all in on, I do. But like, the first Marvel United came out at a bad time for me. I was like, I can't back this. My wife will kill me. So then when the X-Men one came out, and there were so many awesome deep cuts and characters in that, I wanted it so bad, and I was like, well, I didn't back the first one, so I didn't do that. And then I'm just like kicking myself in the face today looking at some of the multiverse characters that they've got in there, because, and I'm a Marvel zombie, dude. I love Marvel, love Marvel my whole life. And it just watching great comic book IP come out, and I'm like, oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. But so Mike Guigliano, what's got you excited about this Marvel multiverse?
More content. Like the base game, I know it gets shit on quite often. It's really simple. It's a table hog. You don't really need that giant circle going around everything.
I like it.
I love it. I think it's really
fun.
Yeah, super easy to get people into, family weight. Like, you're playing cards, very simple. But then you start throwing in the extras, right? The Thanos pack and the Spider-Man pack, and the Thanos pack is fucking brutal, right? Like, you're playing the children, and then depending on who you beat, Thanos might or might not have those stones. Like, the way that becomes almost like a campaign or scenario is really brilliant. And then all the characters, they're very similar, right? There's only like 4 or 5 cards in a deck that make them a little bit more unique. And I think the multiverse is going to add some more shit to it, kind of like what X-Men did.
Mm-hmm.
But the ability to just play in that world is just, and they're cute and they're fun and it's easy and it's good stuff.
And it's Simon, so you know the components are good. You know, like all the miniatures look. What? No. They're
I
not.
don't know. Like they did those cheap little paper locations, and then they gave you that
Oh,
cardboard thing. Like,
I guess I
and then,
should say, the miniatures are good.
Sure, yeah,
Right.
The miniatures are good.
Great
Top
TVs.
Yep, top notch.
But yeah,
You have to put Purdue everywhere on the screen, Mike. Just like,
What?
is it just like you just snuck up the little drink like with the P on it? You got it over your head, over here, like a halo over your head, and then it's on your mug.
Well, this is all I got because over there is a Colts helmet and not so much. Pacers are doing okay. Cubs, and not so much. So this is the corner I choose.
I mean, are you getting like royalties for every win or something?
I should be.
At least with the basketball team. With the basketball team, you can make some money off of that.
Well, yeah, there you go.
So I just slowly creeped up your mug, and there was the Purdue P, and I'm like, all right, I get it.
It was more fun when they were number 1, but I guess I'll settle for number 3. Number 2 lost yesterday, though, so we'll take it.
So Mike,
United, I wish that they had a just here's $400. Just send me all the shit.
Yeah,
I don't want to check that campaign all the time, right? Like
I hate the way they do their pledges.
Emails a day with all these different Kickstarter unlocks and social goals, and this new person an hour later, great, that new person's unlocked, and here's I don't want to know about it. Here's the money. Send me the shit when it's done. I don't want to go back in and do all add-ons and then do math to figure out what am I missing, and if I want to get all the red team, blue team, gold team, like I just want to. Here's my money. Put all the stuff in a box and send it to me when it's ready. And they don't have that, right?
100%. I hate their Kickstarters for that reason. Just give me an all-in option and let it just be the all-in option.
Yep.
Done. Yep. And then because they'll do all in, but then they'll be like add-on, oh, you want Alpha Flight? Like, here you go. But it's 20 more bucks, or whatever. And it's like, come on, man. Come on.
Then you got to look at all their little breakdowns and like, wait a minute, what is that thing called? Is that in the deluxe package? Everything with this package is included plus this. All right, great. What's included? Well, is that expansion? Is that included? So do I add $20 or $30 or do I need these things? What is it? The acrylic pieces? Is it the card? Like, it's just this is everything you need here.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes me glad I have not backed any CMON since Ankh. Very simple. Just here's what I want type pledge.
Yep.
Yeah, same.
And all in is all in, right? I want the base game, I want the deluxe components, and then the all in is like the mat and the coins and the fancy dice and all the other things. The person that comes and sets it up for you. I want the all in package.
Right. Yeah. Well, the other thing is, I get if they want to make the playmat, for example, an add-on, that's fine.
Sure.
But when it comes to like character packs, team packs, blah, blah, blah. All of that junk needs to just be one thing, just one thing.
Yep.
And for the people that want to a la carte it, give them that choice. But at the end of the scrolling the whole damn thing, there just needs to be that, give me all of it.
Yep.
Right there. Because I want all the gameplay stuff.
You speak of the playmat. In Marvel United, they had the playmat. Fine. I got the playmat. Then Marvel X-Men, they did the dual-sided playmat, which was the original playmat and the X-Men playmat. I'm like, well, I need that because I need the X-Men playmat, but I already have the other playmat. Like, you screwed me on that one. Thanks. Here's more money.
Yep. Well, what you got to do is you got to turn into one of those people you see on Facebook and stuff and flip that playmat for $300.
Sure.
And that's a specific dig, but which we won't.
It's very specific.
We won't name who did that, but they do have a bit of a reputation. But anyways, I'll tell you off air. I'll tell you. Anyways, no, that's cool. I'm glad that we've got somebody on that is excited about it because I think
I love it. Look at it. It's all here. It's all.
I think Marvel United is a ton of fun. I got it because I can play it with my 11-year-old daughter. She was 10 when we first played it. She got it, no problem. My 6-year-old son will play it with us, and I just go, "Hey, bud, where do you want to go? Like, which character do you want to be?" If he wanders away, Mallory and I just play his character. Who cares? Whatever, and we just have a good time. Like, who cares? It's the best.
Yeah, and it's easy, and you shuffle it up, and if you get trounced, you get trounced, right? You're done in 10 minutes because Kingpin gets you. Great, do it again. Or
right.
I'm done. Like, that was good. I experienced it. Move on to something else. It is a chore to set up and break down because there is a lot of stuff, and you're putting it in a box, and there's so much stuff to try and like figure out storage, but The game's super approachable. It's super easy. You're gonna play a card. It's gonna do the card before it, and you move on. Like,
yeah, you go to a location, you pull the guys off the map. You're supposed to pull the guys off. Whatever.
The only real dig about it from a gamer or a game design or a gamer perspective is the quarterbacking, right? No, you don't want to do that. You want to do this.
Right.
Well, no, let me take my turn. Like, I want to play Electra because I am excited about having Electra on the table. And you're going to tell me how to play because you have played this before? Like, just let me make my mistakes. Like, that quarterbacking feature in games is rough, and I get it.
Any co-op is susceptible to that, right? Any co-op is susceptible. Sure. And I feel like it took a little while, but once you kind of figure out who those people are in your game group, you can address it, one way or another, whether you don't play those games with them or you just go, hey man, you need to back off. I'm going to do my thing.
There are those games that deal with it properly, right? Like you guys played Mission Control or watched Mission Control, and that is but it takes that quarterback right out of the playbook, right? Like you can't.
Oh yeah,
that's
and launches them right into space.
Oh, yep. And we're gonna choke you out, like you have oxygen problems. So what I need to do.
I have asked so many times about that game in your Discord to the point where I feel bad about it. Like I'm pressuring the two designers in your Discord. Like, dude, when can I get some Mission Control? But we seriously loved that game. I just want to play it again. It was so fun.
It was legit one of the highlights of our Gen Con experience.
Thank you.
Not even kidding.
We wanted that one to bang, and it definitely slapped the Gen Con for sure.
The whole, you're playing a roll and write on an easel.
Well, the home version's not going to be that, but
I know.
I'll make your skin crawl a little bit more. So two things. One, the inside ledge of the bottom of the box, right, that's covered from the lid, is going to have a QR code where you can go to like your friendly local print shop and print up the big version.
Oh,
nice.
So you need the base game, you need the Ethernet board, but you can print up free and put them on a magnet or put them on a wall, or if you have
laminate it, get it so you can dry erase. Oh, dude.
And then to make Mike's skin crawl a little bit more, this Sunday I played 3 more boards.
Oh, expansions in the works.
And that is, and the designers of that it's Corey and who else? I forget.
Corey Andalora and Donnie Coleman.
Yes. Right. And we talked to them a little bit, and
at Gen Con,
just nicest dudes. We talked to them at Gen Con, and they were so cool. They were so humble and just like, oh, we're just glad people are having fun. Just super nice dudes.
I'm lucky to call them friends. They've been supporting me from QSCon since QSCon started. And that game was actually submitted during COVID for a remote challenge, right? The game had to be playable fully remote.
Right.
So I saw that in early stages. And now with my position at 3WS, I had an opportunity to present it to the team, and the graphic designer Brian has just knocked it out of the park. DeVito from 3WS has made sure like everything about the graphics and the gameplay. We've gone through iterations, and it's for the pun. It's firing on all cylinders. It really is.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. I cannot wait for people to see this game and get to play it. And we're just not going to stop yelling about it from our small little soapbox that we've got here.
We're doing it again at Gen Con. So if anyone's watching and they're heading to Gen Con, we'll have the simulator, we'll have the easels.
We'll be talking about it. We will make sure people know. Yeah. We will make sure people know, because we'll be at Gen Con and we're going to be like, you guys need to get over there and play this game.
I'll have some stuff to show you. Don't worry.
I love it. All right, Mike, let's get into some of how you got into this, how you got into board games.
He's like, born another. I'm not going to let him do that solo.
Man, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous because I'm out. This is it.
Well, I'm ahead because I couldn't pronounce your name. So I'm ahead of Tim.
True.
I'm switching to a rye as well.
Nice.
Good old Jack rye. I don't think it's as good as regular. There are like Crown Royal rye, I think is actually better than original personally.
Jack Daniels is another fallback for me. I like you can do any of them, but I prefer the honey, then the fire, then the regular, and you mix it with ginger ale. There's something about that Jack honey and ginger ale, or that Jack fire and ginger ale that's just.
So Mike, I will tell you, my drink of choice.
Go for it, Mike.
pick an apple whiskey and put it in ginger ale. It doesn't even matter what apple whiskey it is. That's my preferred combo. But yes, sir, ginger ale is a very underrated whiskey mixer. I love it.
For sure.
Yeah, I like Gentleman Jack, but again, just on the rocks or straight. Gentleman Jack is really good. I get lazy and I used to be a bartender. And so like anymore when I'm making drinks for myself, I'm lazy and I just pour something straight.
Yeah, that's why you don't no ice, no mixer, no nothing. Where the lazy when you bartend, I bartended for 4 years. When you bartend, you just want to pour it and drink it. You don't want to.
Yeah, I don't
mixing, muddling.
I don't. Yeah, like somebody comes up and orders a Manhattan. I'm like, fine, here you go.
Yeah,
I'll make it.
Old fashions all day. I'll do old fashions all day.
Sure.
No problems at all. But if it was socially acceptable to throw a straw in that thing and just walk around with it, I'd do that instead.
Right. I'll make my wife like a nice hottie toddy or something every once in a while, you know. And but yeah, for me, just something straight. Gin and tonic is as like mixy as I get, you know, like whatever.
Well, you're talking 4 ingredients, right? The ice, the gin, the tonic, and the garnish. Like,
yeah, if I get to the garnish,
umbrella or a sword or something.
Right. Well, they got a sword. I got to put a sword in. Otherwise, I'm too lazy for the garnish. Okay. So what got you into games, Mike? Let's get into the good stuff.
So you want the origin story, huh?
Yeah. I went to Mike's whiskey story.
So. The origin story. So my story begins in this house back in 2009, 2010. My neighbors literally next door, I would run into the husband at the most random of places. I used to work at GameStop, so I'd run into him at GameStop. I'd run into him at the market or Kohl's or whatever. And every time, like, we lived next door, but I'd never see him out here. I'd always see him somewhere else in the town.
Oh, sure.
And he's like, dude, you should come over this weekend. We're playing this game. And I'm like, all right. And to me at that point, it's the typical Monopoly, Scrabble, right? The bullshit. Not even like Catan or Ticket to Ride. Like,
sure.
Right. So he's like, I'm like, oh, okay. Like I live, you know, I just moved to the area. I'm going to SU. Like, what are you guys playing? And he's like, it's about this 1920s lore with these detectives and these great old ones that have cultists that are trying to resurrect them and devour the planet. And I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, enjoy your weekend. I'm not going to get sacrificed today. Like, it's not going to happen. It had to be a good year where I fought it. Like, I'm like, oh, like my family's coming up, or I got to, like, you know, wash the pig, whatever the hell it was. And then I decided to go literally next door, and I walk into their kitchen, and they have the giant, like, you know, 7-foot kitchen table. And it's just got shit all over it.
Yeah, Arkham Horror is going to take up every inch of it.
On one end, there's a TV tray with stacks of cards and like minis and shit. On the other end, there's another TV tray. And I'm like, I don't even know what the hell. And the next 3.5 hours just completely turned my life around. Mm-hmm. That experience in Arkham was unbelievable to be introduced to the modern board game. Because typical stories, right? Catan or Ticket to Ride.
Oh, yeah.
Arkham was it for me. And Arkham, if you listen to the show, I will leave Arkham off of all my lists because that will always be my number one game for anything. It's got such a place in my heart because you fast forward to the game that I have published with Richard Lanius, like his game that brought me into this modern hobby. So it all started back then with this. I think I'm going to not make it out of this house today. When I went over there, and I haven't turned back. I dove head first. I run my own convention. I design. I'm now developing. I mean, it's been a hell of a fucking journey.
Yeah, that's amazing. So again, right? You dropped Richard Lanius. So your first game, was it your first game that you designed? Yeah. Okay, you got to tell this story because this blew me away when you told me at Gen Con. Because you told me at Gen Con, it was loud. We had masks on. But I still was riveted by it. But I want to hear it again, and I would like everybody else to hear this, because this is why if you are interested in game design, this is why you try. This is why you try and put yourself out there, because you just never know what's going to happen. And Mike is like proof of that. So I'm sorry, I'm going to stop stepping on your story. I'll let you tell it.
You're fine. There was a convention before Dice Tower East existed. Dice Tower Con existed. And my neighbors were like, hey, there's this convention down in Florida. We're thinking about going. Do you want to come? They are not still my neighbors. They have since moved, which is sad because they were very important for who I am right now. We still keep in touch. They were over a couple months ago, and they're still good folk. So I was like, a board game convention, like, sure, what the hell. So in 2013, we went to Dice Tower Con Part 2, which was the second year they were in. And it was just bonkers, right? There's 1,500 people, and they're all playing games, friendly atmosphere. Everyone knew each other. And I'm volunteering, and I'm running the registration desk. And the people that were helping me like get through it were like, "Oh, I want to introduce you to somebody. This is Richard Lanius." And I'm like, "No shit," and totally starstruck, like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like that kind of thing, right? Super genuine, super nice guy, like whatever. And I told him about, a little bit about, oh, I love your game, like the whole thing.
I'd have done the same thing.
When I picked myself up off the floor, I was like, holy shit, I just met Richard Lanius. That was cool. And then nothing, right? So the next year we go down, then we started going every year. And I had started a tutoring center. I opened up my own tutoring center when I graduated from SU. I have a degree in English education. My master's is in literacy education. So while I had the tutoring center, I noticed a lot of my students had difficulty with mental math. So I came up with this game that was based in Avengers Ultron. It was the Avengers trying to protect the bomb from going off in that scene. And the Ultron bots were coming in 3 different sectors. And it was like a box plus box equals box kind of shit, right? And you roll some dice and you populate it based on the Ultron bot. And then you had 30 seconds to try and like figure out the equation. And tested, it worked. It was fine, right? It was a math game. It was fine. So fast forward a couple years, and now I know Richard, right? We're friends. We're talking to each other on a more regular basis. I show him the Arkham Horror display I have on my kitchen table every day. So I'm like, I made a game. You want to, like, you have time to look at it? Like, just what the fuck, right? And he's like, yeah. I'll find you. Like, I'll come find you. Okay. And it was Saturday, and I'm helping out at the library, and I see him talking to some dude who I only recognize as a designer. I have no idea who he was. And he catches eyes with me, and he's like, oh, I'll be back. And he came over to me, and I'm like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. He's like, you said you had a game. Let me look at it. So we sit down at one of the tables, and I show him this game. And again, 30-second timer, right? I explain, this is what's going to happen. I'll populate the thing. We'll have 30 seconds. He's a gigantic, if not one of the biggest Captain America fans I've ever met.
Oh, right on.
Of course, I gave him Captain America, right? So I'm like, this is how it works. I'll flip the timer. We have 30 seconds to try and do whatever. So he plays for 30 seconds, and he kind of took a pause, and he's like, all right, let's do that again. Okay, so do it again. He's like, all right. And he came up, he tried to break the game the second time. Like, he's automatically in game design mode. And he's like, all right, this is what I think. And he grabbed a piece of paper from my notebook, and I still have it in my box. Where's my, it's right there. I have the Avengers. So anyway, he writes on this piece of paper, like, these are my ideas. And he has the central board, and he has this character, and you're rolling dice, and you're putting the dice on the character board to do these actions. And couldn't have been 2.5 minutes of like, this is what my idea is, like, this is what, and he turned the paper around and slid it to me, and he's like, take what you want from him, like, that's my 2 cents kind of thing. And I remember, it felt like forever, but I remember looking down at the piece of paper and looking at all the scribbles, and then I looked up and I was like, would you design it with me? Yeah, I'll help you. And then it was like phone calls, emails. In 2 weeks, we had a working prototype. Like, all of that is so still like goosebumps bonkers to me. That's how it all happened. And then we pitched it as an Avengers game to a couple different places, and IDW was extremely interested but didn't have the license, and they had just signed a contract for Batman the Animated Series. And he gave me a call, and he's like, look, we have an opportunity, but we'd have to port it over. And I'm like animated, like, I'm in.
Still an amazing IP, right?
Phenomenal. Right. So that's kind of how my story, that's how it all started.
That's amazing.
It's ridiculous, man.
Wow.
It doesn't happen, right? It's so atypical. I'm beyond, like, it still blows my mind that I am where I am because of that kind of thing. It's just, it's super stupid.
I haven't heard that story. That's pretty awesome.
Defenders of the Realm is one of my favorite games of all time. And that's Alanius. I played that early on in my gaming, career or whatever. Just incredible. But I love, that's the second story that I've heard about Richard Lanius just being an A+ amazing human being. Holy crap. There it is right there. The thing that started
I don't
it
think I've
all.
ever shown this on air. I don't even think I showed this on the 42.
Woo, we got the exclusive.
That's right.
That's what he wrote down from my stupid. This was what my prototype looked like. When we talk about prototypes, like stick figures and index cards, man, no art, no bullshit. This was my prototype.
Nice.
So you would roll a die and you would populate the Ultron bot die, which were black in this one, and then on your 30 seconds, your die would go in there to satisfy that equation.
Wow.
That was it. It was just a deck of cards and that stuff. And from there, he came up with this idea with this player board and the central location, and it's just stupid.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
I printed up this email. These are the rules. Oh, this isn't the email. Where's the email? I put it in something else. Oh, I think I have it framed. Sorry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I would too.
It was an email from him saying, "Congratulations, you will be a published designer." And it still tugs at the heartstrings to think about like that whole story ending with, "Holy shit, my name's on a box with Richard." Like it's just
No, it's I love that story so much. I'm so glad to get to hear it again because I heard it at Gen Con and blew me away. And
it's just stupid.
Oh, it's great, dude.
I'm curious, how did some of this transition to what you do at Third World Studios? And tell everybody what you do for them.
Sure. So obviously, like I said, I dove into the deep end. I was completely addicted by board games. My collection went from quite literally zero to now I run my own convention here in Syracuse. My collection is coming up on 4,000 games.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's pretty. It was like deep end to the extreme.
Sure.
So when I got into the industry, I wanted to. I was looking at what was out there, and I had a couple opportunities. I was with Funko for a little while.
Okay.
Some stuff with them, and then I hopped to Floodgate Games. I was with Floodgate for a while doing some stuff with them. And then recently, I guess in between there, with the convention I started, COVID happened, right? So that kind of threw everybody into a fucking tizzy.
Right.
But we were doing an every Tuesday meetup, leaning into the convention, and then after the convention every Tuesday. So to keep some sort of semblance, when the world shut down, I was inviting designers and people that I had gotten to know in the industry to come on to a live stream with Zoom, this new thing that magically happened during COVID, and just talk about their shit, right? Who they are, what they do, what their company's about, where people can find them. Do they have a Kickstarter? Do they have games out? And one of my favorite games is Asking for Troubles. I always loved it. So I reached out to Christian, who's one of my co-hosts on the show, and I was like, "Hey, I do this thing on Tuesday. You want to come and talk about it?" He was just starting a Kickstarter for the 2 expansions that had come out.
Nice.
And he was on the Tuesday show, and it went well. And we were talking geeky shit, right? We learned that we had a lot in common with Star Wars, and we had a lot of just geeky stuff.
Got my Mandalorian shirt on right now.
All the little things from Boba. So afterwards, I thanked him for coming on the show. It was a really great experience. And I'm like, he said something, "Yeah, it was great. I could do this all day." And I was like, "Well, why don't we?" Like, so we started, at the same time, there was another thing that I was getting involved in that shit the bed. But this developed into, why don't we start a weekly thing? And we did it on a Monday. We did it 2 Januaries ago. Actually, this coming Monday will be our 2-year anniversary of doing the show.
Oh, right on.
Nice.
We just came through our 100th episode, which Katya put together last week. Last week. So then that started, and then I met Katya through her unbelievable board game art. If you don't know,
it is. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yep. So she joined mid-year. So the 42 has been flourishing and has been, like you had said in the beginning of the show, like being able to call on people in the industry. I'm very lucky to have a lot of friends, a lot of people in the industry, whether they're publishers or designers or whatever, to all friends that I can reach out to and say, "Hey, can we do this stupid thing on Monday? Can you come and hang out with us a couple hours and just goof off?" So then last 2 Octobers ago, or over the summer, I think it was, I had made a comment about the stuff of Legend.
Oh, yeah.
my local game store manager, he runs a comic shop, or he's a manager of a comic shop, board game shop. And one of the co-authors of The Stuff of Legend, Mike Reich, is local to Syracuse, and he knows him. So Mike dropped off a proto copy of The Stuff of Legend, and Jason brought it to AccuseCon Tuesday. Loved the game, loved it. It's social deduction. It's a semi co-op. There is a trader, but it's a shifting trader. The game's it was solid. And I'm not saying that biased because I'm with the company. Looks
beautiful. No,
it is. I mean, the art that Charles did is it's silly. So I played the prototype and I loved it. And then that was just, right around COVID starting. And then they launched Kickstarter's coming in October. And I made a comment just supporting people, right? I'm a big believer of good people should be supported. So support good people.
100%.
So what they had created, genuinely was like, this game is good. Like, you should go. So I posted about it, and he reached out and he's like, dude, thanks a lot for the support. And I'm like, honestly, like, the game was solid. We played a prototype copy. Like, it hit. Everyone loved it. Like, I'm looking forward to it. And then found out that Mike and I had some stuff in common. So it just kind of grew, and it afforded me the opportunity to partner with them during the Kickstarter. And then we grew to like each other and realized, like, we can just do some banging stuff together.
And work together. Yeah.
So now, long story short, long story longer, I'm now the manager of game development for 3WS. So
that's awesome.
Scouting and developing and working on stuff that we will eventually put into the pipeline and get to your table. So it's been a hell of a ride, and I take none of it for granted, because it's almost like it's one of those proverbial, like, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and it's all going to be gone kind of things.
Right. Here's the thing is, and this just proves it, because this has worked out for me, despite what Dan might say in the comments, is just being a nice guy, just being a real person and a nice guy, and pulling for other people and lifting other people up that you like and you believe in. That goes a long way. Whether you just sleep really well at night because you're doing the right thing. But I mean, good things will happen for you. You put out that good energy in the world, man, and good things are going to come back to you. So yeah, that's awesome.
There are a lot of shitbags in out there. There just are, right? It's going to be in every realm, every sphere, whatever you're doing, there's always going to be one of them. But if we can help support those people that are doing good things, right? They're putting the good energy out there, right? Not even for self-benefit, right? Just doing the right thing. How long does it really take to, like, be a thing and be like, look, go do this thing? Like, it takes a second. Just support them. Might be somebody you don't know, you never heard of. It might be something that's going to change your life. Like, you have no idea. And you don't know what people are going through, and you don't know how hard they're trying, because it seems like, you're just joking around and you're playing in this playground, right? Like, it seems surreal at times that what I do is basically a job, and it speaks to me because of the creative, right? I'm an English teacher. I love the creative, and board games is nothing but creative, right? Like, it just the creativity, and content creators, publishers, developers, designers, like the whole collective of who we are in the industry, whether you're doing a 60-second TikTok video or you're busting your ass for 40 hours trying to get, like, graphic design done. Like, the best people I've ever met are in this industry. And I don't want to start naming names because I know I'll leave so many people out. But so many start to come to mind of people that they're just doing amazing stuff. And there isn't enough time to talk about every one of them. There are some that are near and dear, but man, there's so many. And it takes nothing to support them, right?
No, I mean, again, right? Like, you guys, you have a platform, that you use. We've got a platform, and that's, I mean, sure. Like, if we can get a new CMON game, to talk about and review, great. But if there's a guy, I don't want to name anybody because, like you said, you leave people out, right?
Yep.
But there's people that we've talked about all the time that are just designers that are just doing it because they love it, and they're just awesome people. And it's like, everybody needs to know who you are, because I love your stuff and you're just a great human being. Like, so, the 15 people that are listening, like, I'm going to tell them and they're going to know. but maybe they'll tell somebody else. You know what I
It's
mean?
true. It's so true. And there are those that people know about, right? There are those upper echelon designers or publishers or whomever that everyone knows about. And then there's those companies that you might not have heard of. And there's
Right.
those designers that are the next, like looking at to totally sidestep, and I apologize for some of the people that don't give a fuck about sports, to look at the starting quarterbacks that are in the playoffs right now and how they're all born in the 90s and they're all younger than 26 or whatever. Like
Right.
there are designers that are doing these pitch events that you meet at Gen Con that are hustling and have their sell sheets and just trying to do the thing that could be the next like regime of coming through with these amazing board games.
You never know. You never know. You might be talking to the next Eric Lang, like right there,
Well, look at Katya's art, right? Like
dude.
Back in 2 Januaries ago, I saw some of her posts about her stuff, and it was just, this is beautiful. Like it's not, it's game related, right? It's game components, but you're taking something that exists and you're creating something that doesn't exist. And it's not digital, and it's not to knock on the digital, like the people that are doing the digital stuff, but it's physical components, and it's all taking time. And before I even knew her as a human, looking at her art, knowing that people are looking at that art and it's making them feel a certain way, right? It's making them happy. It's helping them get through the day. It's doing something that you don't necessarily get to see. As I don't get to meet everyone that gets Batman to the table, right?
Right.
I don't get to meet everyone that gets these certain games that I like. Mission Control will be out there. I won't get to meet everyone and learn their stories and hear those moments that were created at the table, right? Just like she doesn't get to see all the people that look at her beautiful calendar and are like, this is making me through the day. Like I'm walking out the door, I see that thing, and it's just going to help me. And there's so many people that do that the creators don't necessarily see it, right? Like we put something out there every Monday. You guys put something out there every Wednesday. We don't get to meet everyone that watches it, but there are those moments that are like, oh, this made me laugh, or this helped me through the day, or such a shitty Monday, and now Monday nights is what I look forward to. And you don't get to see all of those people, right? Just like you don't get to see all or support all of the content creators or all the people out there. It's such an amazing industry. And I think that's what I fell in love with initially, going to that first convention and meeting all of those people that were just there, right? Forget about what's going on. It's a very intimate industry, right? You're inviting someone who you don't know to spend a good amount of time with you 2 feet away from you and experience the fantasy world for a little while. It's a very close knit group of people that is just, it's just bonkers.
The very first convention I went to was in St. Louis, Geekway to the West. I went with my wife and my sister, my brother-in-law, who are responsible for me getting into like hobby board gaming proper. And they were teaching me Euphoria from Stonemaier Games. And Jamie Stegmaier walks right behind us and goes, "Oh, that's a pretty good game." And just kind of smiles. And I look back and I look at my sister and I was like, and she's like, "Yeah, he's here all the time." You know what I mean? And then we just go back to playing. But you just never know who you're going to meet, who you're going to run into. Like I got to meet, I'm a big Glenn Drover fan as well. I love Richard Lanius. I love Glenn Drover. I'd never met Glenn Drover. We were at Gen Con and somebody's like, "Holy shit, Tim, Glenn Drover's over at the Forbidden Games booth." And I'm like, "What?"
That was me.
Like
nice.
Stop everything.
Yeah.
And Mike had actually set up an interview, like set up a time so we could talk to him like on camera. And then I ran over and was like, "I'm doing this interview, so I'm going to run over and introduce myself and like gush for a second because Empire's Age of Discovery is one of my all-time favorite games."
Nice.
So I was like, "Dude, it's one of my all-time favorite games." Same thing you do with Lanius, right? When you meet Lanius and you're just like, it all just pours out of you.
Yeah.
What's funny is
we had an inside joke also though, because we kept talking about Glenn Drover games for a while that we just like, friend of the show, Glenn Drover. And so when I met him, I told him we did that all the time. And he's like, "Well, now you can say it." And I was like, no take backs. We're saying it all the time.
Yep.
Well, no, what's funny is we're at the Forbidden Island Games booth and Bob is looking at, I'm forgetting which game, the treasure game. Treasure something. Anyway, so this girl standing there basically doing the pitch. Okay, she's doing the pitch to Bob. And Bob asked her a question and she can't answer it. So she taps this other guy who comes over and he finishes the pitch. I look at his tag and it's Glenn Drover. And then Bob looks at me and he's like, "Dude, I might get this game. I love Glenn Drover games." I'm like, "Dude, Dude.
You
That's
never
how
know.
that.
You never
Yes.
know, right? If you know and you look at pictures and you're like, oh, dude, like that's
Yes.
that person. And
Pirates.
it's super
Close
cool,
enough.
but like it's still weird. It's still weird some of the stuff that this industry has put in front of me, considering all I did was grow a set of nuts and ask Richard if he would make a dumb game with me. Like it was,
Dude.
it's all it
Dude.
takes, right?
It's amazing. It's a real sliding door situation, right?
Right.
You know, like it opens one way, you go through, and your life is totally different for it.
Totally.
You know, and it's
I
awesome.
mean, I went from like not having a game group or being on YouTube and just messaging this Tim guy on Facebook Messenger to like, hey, do you have a game group you're holding out on me? Because I need one so bad. I'm not getting to scratch the itch that I really poorly have, to interviewing Keith Matejka from Thunderworks Games at Gen Con to now doing this every Wednesday. So
It's good that you
yeah,
said his name
it's
right.
crazy.
He got it.
I did.
We
That's
never
why
let
I
it go.
asked you before we did this tonight, because I slaughtered that man's name, and he was so friendly, so humble. I love Role Player. I gushed about it. I did the whole 9 yards, and then I butchered the man's name. So he was awesome about it, though. So.
If you look, a couple weeks ago, I was afforded the opportunity to talk to Danielle Reynolds on her podcast. She does a podcast every now and then about like deep diving into the designers and their stories, along with Tabletop Submarine. I kind of did the same thing, but she posted a picture. One of the pictures I sent her at Gen Con in 2018. IDW had a couple pre-production copies of Batman on the tables. So I was working with a different company, and I was like, oh, I just want to, like, Richard was over there, and he came by and whatever. And I went over, and just creepy, like, I just wanted to see what was going on. And Ross Thompson was there at the time. And I introduced myself to the guy that was demoing it, and he's like, oh, it's really, really nice to meet you. Like, your game's going well. It's got super, like, great feedback. Like, everyone's enjoying it. And it was just on a table. So the next, I was watching him teach. He didn't acknowledge me at all. People were playing it, and I'm just watching people play it for the first time, which was surreal, right? Because my friends had played it, my family had played it. Like, he had spent so much time with it that it was really cool to see this copy and people enjoying it. And then the next, they had left, and the next group came in, and they were one short. So the guy was like, "Do you want to play?" Again, not saying anything to the group that was there. They're just like, "You want to play?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, that's fine." So I grabbed Robin, and I'm playing, and about halfway through the game, one of the players brought up a question it was a really good question. I think it ended up in our FAQ. And the guy didn't have the answer. So he's like, you know what? That's a really good question. Why don't we ask one of the designers? And he kind of looked at me like one of those like slow camera moves. Some of the people playing going like, oh my God, it was such a surreal moment. So it finally broke me from the game, because I was playing the game like for the first time, which was really cool. And I look up, and behind the dude that was playing Batman was a guy cosplaying as Keaton's Batman, like full 89 leather, horns, everything. And I'm looking at it going, dude, Batman's watching Batman being played. And then he stepped up and played as Batman. And then I watched Batman play my game as Batman. That whole thing was like unreal to watch.
Now, you know what happened when he said, why don't we just ask one of the designers? And he looks at you, and everybody is shocked. Their first thing is, what bad thing did I say about this game? How bad did I trash this game?
Sure, yeah.
Like, oh, what did I do?
I just beat them up. Yeah, no, it went really well. They were enjoying it, and then it was the first time I was asked for an autograph. It's all so dumb.
Oh, that's amazing, dude. Dumb. That's amazing. That's great.
It was really cool to see Batman. I can send you guys a picture, but it was really cool to see Batman playing my game, like 80. Which, I mean, other than the animated, Keaton's Batman is Batman. I mean, tops, dude.
Yeah, tops.
So it was really it was really cool.
All right, I got one more question for you, and then we'll get into our top 5. Because honestly, Mike, bad news. We're just gonna have to have you on again, because I could talk to you about game stuff like hours.
Sure.
Hours.
Anytime.
And you don't have to answer this question, but I don't know why it's like an obsession of mine. When you worked at Funko, were you like in a stable of designers? Because I know Funko does that thing where you pitch IPs and they give you games, right? Or, you know, like, okay, we like your version of the Gremlins game is the example I use all the time.
Yeah.
So were you in the stable, or were you just in development, or?
No, I was actually in convention planning. I was doing the getting conventions together. If you remember, I think it was 2018, Gen Con 2018, where Funkoverse was released. That special room that they had, Jessica and I put that all together. We had 24 heralds helping us out, like a lot of people that I handpicked to be there for other reasons. But we laid it out. We did that whole thing. So I was more on the convention planning side of things than I was with Forrest Prezan and all of that development, design, interior work.
Nice.
Very cool. Yeah, I was just
It
curious.
would be a great place to live in, right? Because being Funko and having, they got to have what, 1,800 IPs by now, and being able to play in those worlds, it's got to be just so fun.
They can make any game they want, you know, and do. And most of them are pretty good. Most of them are pretty good.
Yeah, they can be.
I mean, I'm not saying they're all amazing, but I've liked.
Big fan of Horrified personally. Love that game.
Oh, fun fact: the North American Horrified, the artist of that did the art for Mission Control.
Awesome.
Victor,
okay, cool.
His first name is Victor.
I haven't picked that one up yet. I'm interested just because of some of the cryptids. The cryptid idea is kind of cool.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Simple idea, fun to play.
Yeah, I like Horrified. All right, let's get into our top 5.
Do it.
You ready for it? I thought we'd only
ready.
I didn't think it'd take us an hour to get there, but thank you guys for everybody that stuck with us.
Yeah, you should have put a little like asterisk to the episode, like I can talk. Like, there's some people in the chat that are familiar with the way the full 42 works. Like our typical episode's about 2.5, 3 hours long. We can definitely get to talking. And I will, we haven't even like ventured in the Star Wars thing. If you start talking board games and design and that shit, I will go all day. I love it. It is such a fire. It's such a desire of mine to talk about, to work with designers, to work on designs, to talk about mechanisms, like the whole, my story aside, the whole industry is super fun to talk to. And I can do that for a very long time.
Well, next, when you're ready for some pub for that game, you know who to send it to.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, now we're getting weird noises.
Depending on where your viewers are from, we have every Sunday we meet for Prototype Day at our local shop. There's a bunch of, I represent 3WS when I'm there, so I have a great opportunity to get playtesters' eyes on stuff that we're developing. But we also work through other prototypes and other local designers that are trying to get their stuff fine-tuned and polished and figuring out where it's broken, right? Like we've just played a game on Sunday. It's like, look, this is going to fall on his face. I have no idea what it's going to do. Like, I just want to see how a turn runs. And then we played an entire age, which was basically 3 turns. And it went so swimmingly that I wanted to make sure the designer knew that it wasn't as bad as you thought it was. Like, we're our worst critics, but it went so well that they needed. So we do that every Sunday as well. If anyone is watching this and is local to the Syracuse area, reach out.
Very cool. That's
I'm sure
awesome.
There's something in your area that does the same thing, and if not, you should start something.
Well, we actually right before COVID, we hosted a proto spiel here in South Bend.
Nice.
And I met some amazing people and made some really good connections doing it. I didn't have a game design. I'm not that cool, but I just hosted and sat down and played other people's games, for 3 days. We did it over the course of a weekend in a hotel.
Nice.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. I'd love to do it again. It was, but then when we did that, I was just starting to do the board game rundown, and it was like still very early stages. And so then COVID kind of crapped on everything. And so now, but I used that time to build up the rundown. So the rundown got really good. And then our game group numbers now are starting to get better and show back up in like the big public meetups, because we'll do like a meetup every 2 weeks at a game store. And we kind of bounce it around, between different game stores in town.
Nice.
And our numbers have been getting back up, because we used to have like 50 people show up, on any given Saturday. And it's amazing, like people just come and play as many games as they want. And, and it was great.
Ah, cool. Jason, thank you. Yeah, keep an eye out on. I don't know if you're a Discord savvy, but if you hop on our Discord, we have a full production copy that they had sent us of not only the Boogeyman edition but the retail that we have out there, and yeah, it's pretty. If you saw, I don't know what you backed, Jason, but the Boogeyman edition with the toy chest and the game trays insert and the quality of the minis, it's so good. This is a friend of mine gave them a little ink wash to a resin.
Yeah.
The way that the detail on the kilt, you can maybe see there's a checker pattern, like the detail that they put in.
Wow.
It's going to be beautiful. Again, I'm biased. I loved the game before I was with the company, but nice. Yeah, it's great. It looks so pretty. The prints that are in it, everything about that is going to be it's just fun. And I don't know if you got a chance to play it online, but we have a tabletop simulator version of it that we have someone on the Discord that you can connect with, and they'll run you through it. So it is playable right now, although digital board gaming and tactile board gaming it has a different feel. And when you're lying to me, I want to look you in the eyes. I don't want to image on tabletop simulator. So it's got a different feel, but you can at least give it an experience before you get it. It's on a boat. It's on its way here. It should be fulfilling, if not next month. It'll probably get to distribution centers next month.
Well, you made it out before Chinese New Year. That's half the battle.
Yeah.
You know,
that was the big
half
thing,
the
was getting
battle.
that out there. Yep, for sure.
Yeah. So anybody that's kickstarted anything, February is a dead month. It's just not happening. So
and we're around January 19th, right? 15th or 19th, and then for an entire month, it's just you just twiddle your thumbs for a while and hope for the best. But we got it on a boat. We got it out before the new year. So yeah, we'll have updates. We'll send you an update soon. We have one drafted in the campaign. So
very cool.
Thank you for promoting. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sweet.
I love it. All right, Mike, you got a graphic for top 5 ready?
Well, I do, but we haven't even told the people what our topic is. I mean, we have.
You did.
But we haven't tonight.
Well, go for it, buddy. Go for it.
Well, it's
been an hour.
I know, right? So it seems like just with the conversation with me and Tim, there's been a little bit of, we're tackling this list in totally different angles. So the thumbnail I made was top 5 orange components. Now, originally, Mike approached us with top 5 games that have orange as his choice for player color. And yes, I was the one that didn't want to dig through a bunch of boxes because I can't remember. I cannot remember. And the obvious reason for that topic is we just asked Mike. Tim asked Mike, hey, what topic do you want to cover? And that was his idea. Obviously, he is an Orange alumni, so that's a big reason. Obviously, one of your co-hosts made asking for Troubles, which features tons of Orange components. Unfortunately, I'll just admit now I have not played that game, so it will not be on my list, but I would love to, trust me.
I almost bought everything for it at Gen Con, but I was trying to find Christian because I wanted him to sign it, and then I didn't see him. He doesn't know me. I mean, other than just from like chat and whatnot. Yeah, but I was like, oh, because I knew what he looked like. I mean, he's a distinct looking guy, and but I couldn't find him, and then I got distracted, and then I just never got around to it. And I was like, I need to buy that.
He's such a distinct looking guy. As a fun fact, when we were at Gen Con, he got recognized 3 times as being part of the full 42. Katya and I, not once. Not once.
To be in my defense, I recognized Katya because she's Katya, and I knew her from like her social media presence and the art and stuff. But I met at Gen Con for the first time, and I learned about the full 42 at Gen Con. So now I will walk up to you and be like, oh, I recognize you guys from full 42. I've never met you before.
Yeah, we go way back now. That's not an excuse any longer. I get it. And I get that at the convention we were all masked, and that makes sense. But this was on the street after dinner, like on a random street corner in Indy. The dude's like, oh, you're Chris from the full 42. And Chris is like, yeah, that's me. No, Katya and I, not once.
So
I had long hair back there. I also had a distinguishing feature. It wasn't like I'm not this bald guy with a mask. Like I get it, but
That's hilarious.
Now, to be fair, you usually would wear it behind you, so I had no idea you had such long hair until I think I saw some Gen Con pictures or something.
Yeah.
So, and I will never claim to be the first of anything, but I definitely knew about the full 42 before Tim did then, but only because I think I've been Facebook friends with Katya for a while. And there's a little story about how that started, but we don't have to get into that. So
you just have to have her on so she can tell that story.
There you go. That's a good idea, and I think we should do that. So,
Chris and I did a good job with the base of the full 42 and figuring out how shit worked, and ported it over to StreamYard, which was definitely a game changer. But bringing Katya on board was a very smart decision. She's got an amazing personality. She's got an amazing. She's an amazing force in the industry. She's up and coming. I'm working with her on a design, so I'm a little biased, but her thought process with stuff, especially being the creative, right? Doing those mosaics, doing the mandalas, and where she's going with her art. She's amazing. And Chris as well. What Chris is doing with Cardboard Alchemy and his design. I can't say that, so I won't say that. His design, his thought process, the way that he does stuff, his graphic design, the videos he makes for certain Kickstarters, like he's also I gravitate towards the creative, and they're two phenomenally creative people, and I'm very lucky to be a part of that show with them, because they're just
there's nothing better than surrounding yourself with good people, you know.
Agreed.
I mean, you know,
Agreed.
it's you know, I don't ever want to be the smartest guy in the room. I just want to be around all the smartest guys in the room, you know, like you know, we can all make ourselves better.
Yep. Well, that goes back to, like, you know, Jordan and Bird and Magic. Like, to be better, you got to play better, right? If you're the smartest person in the room, what are you learning in that room?
Nothing. Right. Nothing. You're wasting your time. And there's always somebody smarter. Always.
There's always somebody better. You're never the best. Always somebody better.
Never surround yourself with yes men.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan. You're a true friend.
I see some love for Troubles in the chat too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's lots of love for Troubles in there. So.
Yeah. Troubles is great. We'll get into it, I'm sure, at some point. But
so I guess we'll get into Tim's 5. He's already mentioned. You know, I kind of mentioned for him how he approached this list. When we get to Mike, if you want to dive into how you approach this list, we can do that. So I guess we are officially.
This was easy. He just designed 5 games and made orange components. and I
did it like a half hour before the show.
I opened some boxes. So, all right, Tim, that means we're on number 5.
Oh, Lost Cities. I know this is a total aside. This is why shows go fucking 3 hours with me. I know people love the Lost Cities game for 2 players, like the card game. That board game that you guys have in that thing, the board game is so underrated. I think it's a little less take thatty or combative with 2 players, but I love the way that like choosing to put your meeple on the track and moving the track and going over getting those pieces, like that game is so underrated. Sorry.
Well, that just moved up my wish list because I really enjoy Lost Cities, a card game, like a lot. Really enjoy that game. I have never played the board game. It just kind of happens to be that was something that was filmed in high quality at our studio and our editor sent to us. So, yeah,
get it.
I will. I love Knizia games.
It's so good. If you're that happy with the 2-player, I'm curious to see what your feedback will be on the board game. But man, it's still got that like playing it in order kind of thing, and that choice to put your meeple out there, because there's also negative points involved. So if you put them out too late and you can't advance them, you're getting negative points. So there's a really wicked choice of like, when do I do it? Oh, it's so good. So good.
It is really good. It is really good.
I'm gonna put it in a card after this show.
There you go. All right, now that I sabotaged Tim's number 5, go ahead.
No sabotage at all. I talked a little bit. I mentioned this game earlier. Don't play it at 6, but it was like one of the first boxes I opened up. Orange player color. You know, I love the shaped wooden meeples of Everdell.
They're good.
Well, at first we only lost video, then we lost video and audio.
Nice.
And I have actually, I know. There we go.
I don't know what happened.
We're doing so good. 20 minutes ago, it all just shit the bed.
Shift change must have happened at like 9 o'clock. I didn't buffer for like an hour, and then at 9 o'clock, it's just been going nonstop. Anyways, I love these shaped wooden meeples of Everdell. I love these little fox guys. They're orange. It was easy. It's my number 5, so it's my cheap one to pull out. And damn you, Jason, you are correct. But yeah, so that's my easy one. My number 5 is Everdell, Fox Meeples. I haven't played with the asymmetric player powers, but I am looking forward to doing that. So
nice.
Mike, who goes next?
We're going to go in clockwise order, so it's Mike.
All right. So I took it from, I wanted to do player pieces, but I also wanted to kind of throw a curveball and come out with components, because it depends on your definition of components, right? Like what a component is. I really wanted to say and guarantee that no one would have what I would put as number 1, but learning a little bit more about Mike, I'm not 100% sure. I still feel 99% confident that no one will have my number 1. So I'll just preemptively say like that could also be a thing. So
call your shot. I love it.
I will leave that for the end, and I will start the number 5, I guess, if you want to put it in order, with Bosk.
I don't know this one. Deep cuts.
Tim, nothing?
Well, he's buffering. Again, now we're having issues. What the hell?
I think it's me. I honestly think it's me. All right, so Bosk is a it happens over a year. You play in 4 seasons. In the beginning, in the spring, you plant the trees. So you have these trees, and I have the little winter promo of the tree. But you have these cardboard standees that were designed by Matt Paquette. I think the way that he did the little curve there, to make sure the trees didn't come out like when you pick them up, was super smart. So a little shout out to Matt. But you plant your trees in this grid of what is a forest, right? You're planting in the axes of a forest. In the summer, a hiker, or if you're lucky enough to have the squirrel promo, which is that.
Nice.
It came with the little snow on the trees. It was a promo card.
And he's got a Santa hat on.
He does have he has a Santa hat on for sure. So they will go through each of the axes, and they will score based on majority in each of the rows with the total number of your trees in that row and column. And then in the fall, the leaves of the trees start to fall from the trees.
Oh wow!
Right.
Nice,
awesome.
And for those, I don't know why I just threw that in the box for some fucked up reason. The game
too much whiskey.
This is kind of a little dirtiness of what it's a quad board. It's not the whole thing, but those are the axes, right? And then you're placing them in there. For those Canadian folk, the red, it's designed by Daryl Andrews and Erica Boyoris, who are Canadian. The red player meeple is
that's awesome,
right?
That's awesome.
So you're playing on those axes to try and get points, and then the leaves start to fall from the trees you have planted in a wind direction based on the number of cards the number on the card that you play. This is a tile, and you have 2 through 8 with a squirrel card. So what you initially do in the spring directly affects how you're going to score in the winter, because then it becomes an area majority of the leaves from like a top-down perspective in each of the sections. The game is absolutely brilliant. It's a little bit biased because, like I said, I worked for Floodgate for a while, but genuinely, for people that know me, know that this game is high on my list of, I absolutely adore the game. I think they did a phenomenal job on it. It gets compared to Photosynthesis quite often.
This sounds like a better version. I don't really like Photosynthesis that much.
It is only similar in that they both have cardboard tree standees.
Okay.
Right? Like the Photosynthesis, you're choking out trees based on the sun. This one's more of a majority scoring. And then how the game develops from a flat board to all these trees being on there, and then the trees come off the board as the leaves fall. The what is it called? Not metamorphosis, but the change of seasons is really represented by this board. It's absolutely beautiful. It's super it's thinky because of the way that you're putting your trees and how you know you're going to score it later, but the game is beautiful. So if you can find a copy, I believe it's out of print, sorry. It's beautiful, and they did a great job with it.
Nice. That sounds really fascinating to me, because photosynthesis was like a cool concept. It just felt like a game where every time you play it, it would play out exactly the same each time. But yeah, those components are really cool, and the idea behind that sounds awesome.
It's great. You, as a player, you have 8 trees. You have 2 of each tree numbered 1 to 4. So you're playing the same number, the same trees every round, but where you put them in the world, right, is going to be directly affected by the other people putting them in the same rows or columns. Because now if I put my 4 and Tim puts his 4, well, now we're tied, and you have to have majority to score more points. So if I put my 1, like Tim could put the 2, and now Tim gets majority, and I've wasted 2 of my trees. But then what I'm putting there, based on the wind later on in the fall, will directly affect how the area majority happens. Like the game it's
That's
super
awesome.
smart, super brilliant. So if you don't know it, Bosk is definitely one you should add to your library.
What's funny is one later on my list is Bosk adjacent. You'll see later.
Okay.
Oh, photosynthesis?
No, hell no.
Wow.
Hell no. I got games I like on my list. Mike, calm down.
I like it.
Okay. So my number 5, I feel a little ashamed because I haven't played this yet, but I recently acquired it. Okay. I'm willing to make a judgment call here. I think these components are awesome.
All right, we are doing top 5 components. I get it.
It's a component.
Oh, and Dave. How are you, Dave? It's good to see you.
Nice. Awesome.
Thanks for coming over and watching.
Okay,
yeah, we gotta get you guys to QSCon. I know Indy is not right around the corner from Syracuse, but you should come to the convention.
Dude, the more we talk and like have messaged and stuff, it's like I was way ahead of you. I'm like, I gotta get to QSCon.
Okay, we'll talk.
Okay, right, Mike, tell us about this game you haven't played.
So, yeah, I know. I picked Gaia Project because it has a race that's orange and has those super cool little plastic buildings in it. And that component alone, plastic, unique buildings for all of your buildings instead of the wood stuff that Terra Mystica gives you. I like how they make the track a lot more rewarding in Gaia Project. I'm very interested in the sci-fi theme. I bought a copy that had even geek bags and stuff. Nice. So it's a totally pimped out version of Gaia Project. And I'm just stoked to play it because I do love Terra Mystica. So that's why it's maybe fresh, top of the brain. I recently got it, and so I need to play it soon.
I'm overwhelmed by everyone in the chat. Donnie is
right?
The co-designer of Mission Control. You know him.
And I don't know if he was on earlier, but we're the ones that have been gushing about that game, and I'm the one that keeps bugging your Discord because I just want to play it again so bad. We had so much fun playing that demo at Gen Con and shooting that video. It's honest love for that game. I can't wait. So, all right, there you go. That's our 5s. Let's get to Tim's 4. Oh, wrong one. That's a ticker. We got to have this guy. I know I'm failing.
All right. My number 4, it's 4 because I want to, it's a game that everybody has, or not everybody has, but everybody knows about, blah, blah, blah. If you know me, you know the kind of games I like. I mean, I like all kinds of games.
Stuff. Too.
I like all kinds of games, but I do love good area control minis games. And this is Ra from Ankh. Dude, I love Ankh. Ankh. I will play any god, anytime, whatever player count. I love that freaking game so much. But I had to just cheap out and grab the orange faction basically from Ankh. I left off Cthulhu Wars because I was too lazy to go and dig through my boxes to get out my Satagua, because that is the sleeper. They're also the orange faction in that
Wait
game.
a minute. Hold on. You gave me crap for not wanting to dig through boxes, and here you are leaving a game off the list because you didn't want to dig through your 3 totes?
Exactly. Totes, not boxes. I have 3 totes of Cthulhu War stuff, Mike. 3
Shame.
totes. And I've got
The
more.
list purists are very upset right now.
Coming over. My Marvel United, right, is Cthulhu Wars. I got everything for it. I've got, I'm getting everything for it, whatever. But anyways, I love Ankh. I love asymmetric player powers in any game, right? Any game. Eric Lang just does it really well. And it's the 3rd in the trilogy, with Simon. I shamelessly love that game. And Mike and I have some good stories from playing Ankh. And,
yeah, we have some great stories about Ankh, and it's in both of our top 10s. And I knew he was going to choose that miniature. And again, as an ode to the full 42, when we were on your channel, if there was a crossover, we would just pick something else. Well, I just intentionally left Ankh off the list. I'm like, I know the miniature he's talking about. It's also my favorite lane game and my favorite of the trilogy. I knew he was grabbing that miniature, so I just didn't even talk. I didn't even include it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, when you know your co-host, right? Like, you know what to leave off. So
right.
I knew that was, didn't even have to ask.
Ronnie Cycli, like the guy that used to play for the Heat?
Yeah, the Miami Heat.
He went to Syracuse?
I don't know. Did he?
I don't know. I mean, if anyone has a contact for Ronnie, I'll reach out. That's fine.
Right?
Here's what I love, Mike, is we finally got another sports fan on the show.
Yeah.
We got a sports fan.
Can you got connections with Dwight Freeney?
No, he's right on my phone. I can call him whenever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody knows this, but is it Dino Babers? Dino Babers, huge gamer.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. I know this will rib Tim a little bit, but one of the local high schools, this is not a top 5 anymore. One of the local high schools, Dorsey Levens went to. Right? MVP, Super Bowl, Green Bay Packer. He would go back to the high school, and all the jocks, right, from the football team would want to, like, just talk to him, whatever. And he'd be like, yeah, whatever. He'd go to the back of the cafeteria and play Magic with the kids that were sitting by themselves in the back.
Dude.
Yeah, like, just drop it down, like, just ready to go. Yeah.
Nice.
Dude, that is amazing.
Yep,
that is amazing.
That was where
to
I
be
did my
fair,
it was
I hate
also,
I hate one Packer, and that's Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, the only Packer I hate.
Well,
and most Packer fans I know hate him too, so it's okay.
I'm a Packer
he's
fan,
getting there.
Do or die, and there are moments where I can't stand what he does, but he is really cerebral. Like the way he plays quarterback is
dude.
Yeah,
he's brilliant. I just feel like he's a turd in real life. I mean, like off the field.
Sure,
he might be starting a new trend with the hallucinogenic sabbatical as well. So he's on the up and coming.
Yep.
But lots of amazing Notre Dame players went through Green Bay. So I can't hate him too much. It's a
great team. It's a great team owned by the locals, right? It's
as a Bears fan, I am jealous of your ownership, your front office, the way you guys do things. I wish any of the teams I pulled for ran their team like Green Bay does. I 100% acknowledge that. I think them and the Steelers are 2 of the best run organizations. I love the way that they do things. They're loyal. They take care of their people, and just legends, absolute legends go through those teams. And so mad respect. The only team I really, really actually hate is the Cowboys. Every day of the week, I can hate the Cowboys. Yeah, every day.
And there are a lot of people that'll hate me for this. Pete, I apologize if you ever watch this in the future, but Tampa Bay with Brady, I don't care.
No,
I don't care about him. I hated him. He's unbelievably talented, but he can go to hell.
I mean, I'm a Colts fan, so the Brady hate just kind of is in the blood. So.
Yeah. Well, and he went to Michigan, and I'm a Notre Dame fan, so he's got to go.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Same.
I hold grudges from college players. I go that deep.
Same, because he's actually in our conference because we have one.
Right.
So.
Love it.
Oh,
I love it. I love our top 5 just totally got derailed. It's so
Right on brand. We're on Mike's 4.
Absolutely welcome. All right, so my number 4. What do I do?
Uh-oh. The list
I don't
purists
know
are
where to
stewing.
go. I'm gonna go with this one. I know I had everything up on Board Game Geek, but I'm not doing it. All right, so Boss was my number 1. I'm gonna go with this one for my number 2.
Murano.
Murano is great. Murano it's a beautiful game. It definitely has orange pieces.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, sure does. I was lucky enough. I have been to Murano. It's beautiful.
Whoa.
Beautiful island with beautiful glass. And I think Murano's game mechanism of action selection with the boats and how that works around the outside of the board is brilliant. I haven't played much that duplicates or comes close to the way that feels because when you go to select your gondola, what you're choosing, you can never pass another gondola in the outer ring of the island. So what you're choosing to use to go to the action that you want will eventually unlock something for someone else to use. So you really got to be aware of what people need to do on their turn, where it can be a little bit like, I'm not going to do that because I know you want to do that, but it's not necessarily backstabbery. And then the way that the game plays with how you're doing your action selection with the gondola, and then you're building out the island with the shops and the people coming to your shops is brilliant. The game is sleek, it's smart, and it has orange. It's been one of my favorites since I first played it. I know I just recently they had another edition of the game called the Complete. What the fuck do they call it? They call it the Complete Edition. I don't know what.
Okay.
But it comes with a Christmas tree promo or something. I don't know. Amazon and I have a love-hate relationship, and I loved them at the time, so I got it on Amazon. The game's brilliant. It was out of print for a long time, but it's easier to get now, and I would highly recommend it for a lot of the game mechanisms it employs that do it really well, especially the action selection around the board. Like it's just smart. It gives you those choices where you're like, I need to do this, but if I do this, I need to use this boat. And if I use that boat, it's going to give Tim the win, or it's going to give Tim a leg up, or it's going to give Mike the ability to do something. So like, is there anything else I can do? It can be AP prone for those that are trying to balance out exactly what to do on their turn. But the game, it's very, very smart in how it does everything. So, Murano.
Nice.
This is one of those older Euros I've wanted to play for a while. And I'll be honest, I get it mixed up with Burano a lot.
Sure. So Burano, it's still got the same colors. It's got the same kind of color scheme, but you're walking around doing the shopping thing with the cubes and everything. This game is, it was definitely out first, and I understand. And there's also like, there's a walking in Murano or something. There's a smaller game that does something with the Murano name as well. But I think the OG Murano, Inca and Marcus brand, they're a design team that are just smart. That like Stefan Feld or Reiner, like you're gonna gravitate towards their stuff because their stuff is good. So I'd say go out and get Murano if you can. It's beautiful.
I'm glad you mentioned Feld as one of your go get their stuff because they're good. I'm the Feld fan of the group here, so
I really wanted to put Bora Bora on the list, but the only thing I could find that was orange was like
the men tokens,
the jewelry tiles. It's a great game, but I couldn't find orange.
I talk about Bora Bora in like almost every other video. Tim's tired of it. I got to introduce him to it. I'm like so happy I have the original and the Queen version. We talked about it last week, actually. I brought it up. The new one doesn't even look better. And they're like, let's make the box bigger and charge more than we should. Like, oh, God.
It's right behind my Palaces of Carrara. It's back there.
Oh, dude, I love Bora Bora.
It's a brain burner, and it can take longer than it needs to. But man, the game is so.
And it can be so mean. I was so tempted.
You're done.
Yeah, I was so tempted. Not the jewelry, but the man tokens.
Yeah.
The man tokens that you recruit. I was so tempted to use one of those.
Yeah.
But just to fit a Feld on this list, but I did not.
Yeah, Bora Bora is great.
Thank you. I'm so glad to hear a guest say that on our show. I'm the only one that gives any love to it. So, speaking of
Tim, Bora Bora is worth it.
I've been telling Mike I'll play it. Yeah, I've not been denying playing it,
No,
like I've
he
been like,
hasn't.
we'll play it. It's just like we just gotta get a
Yeah,
time.
I've been talking
together
about
to
it for
play
so long to these guys. Top 20 game for me still.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it's up there. Okay, so speaking of slightly older games, I picked a game that does have orange as a player color, but I chose a specific component again. That is Roll for the Galaxy.
Oh,
Okay, Roll for the Galaxy does have orange as a player color. However, the component that I love the most is the dice cups that they include with this game. How come no other game is including dice cups? Especially because they're plastic. Because you buy your dice, you dump them all in your cup, and while you're waiting for everybody else to pick their dice, you're sitting there just going, all right, you're putting the pressure on. It's like its own sand timer. Literally, you're just sitting there shaking it. It's probably loud as hell, but you're just sitting there shaking it, and I'm loud as hell, so I figure that is too.
Yep.
And you see other people like, oh crap, everybody's ready. You get our groups that always get 4 or 5, like 3, 4 people shaking their dice cup. You get that one person who still hasn't bought their dice, like, oh crap, I gotta buy my dice. Everyone's waiting on me. But Roll for the Galaxy is just such a great, good old school engine builder. Me personally, I've always preferred dice over cards. I don't know what it is. Let me roll bones over shuffling cards. Shuffling cards is a boring action for me. I love just rolling dice. And Roll for the Galaxy lets you roll buttloads of dice. It's got smooth engine building. And
agreed.
It's been a while since I've played. It's like a forgotten about game. But you accomplish the fulfillment you get out of this game for such a short, compact time play always impressed me. Like to go, like people that are like, oh yeah, I want to play a fulfilling engine builder. Go back and play Roll for the Galaxy. It's such a good game. You can it gives you interesting decisions, and you're rolling tons of dice in 30 to 40 minutes. And the way you're kind of trying to guess what action other players are trying to take, I love how it mixes that player interaction into your action selection. I've come to appreciate, as a guy that liked older Euros, like Bora Bora, now that one does have player interaction, but tons of older ones don't. And the way Roll for the Galaxy mixes that player interaction in, I always loved. So yeah, the dice cups, man. I always loved the dice cup. And I opened it up, I'm like, yes, there's an orange one. So I couldn't remember, but yeah, there you go.
To go with your dice cups, and it's unfortunate that they're not doing it again, but Dice Miner.
I love Dice Miner.
So the deluxe version of Dice Miner, although it has the 3D mountain, which is fine, right? And the retail edition has the cardboard with the art. It comes with that cup, and there's something really fun and satisfying with giving a beer to a friend and using that thing as the beer that you're given. That doesn't come with.
Nice.
It's a cool component.
Awesome. Yeah, that would be cool. I've only played retail, and it was Tim's. I actually played Dice Miner the first time I met Tim, and we played games. So nice. Funny tie-in there.
Dice Miner is great.
The
deluxe edition has the dice are different, right? They have the speckles in them. They have a different quality to them. It's got the 3D printed, or not the 3D printed, the 3D. I guess everything's 3D, right?
But the plastic mountain.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but it's got that dice cup, and it's got the extra component, the extra characters too that make the game fun. But yeah, there's something. It's kind of like Magic Maze, right? That red thing in Magic Maze is one of my favorite.
Dunk.
Yeah, like what the hell? Like, and you can't talk, and you're just so frustrated by someone making a noise in front of you, right?
Oh, it's.
All right, Timmy.
We're going into number 3, yeah.
Give us number 3.
I'm going to step out for a second.
Don't like cut off, but he's jumping out anyway.
He'll be back in a second, and I'm debating on what I was gonna have as number 3. I wanted Mike to see, so I'm gonna call an audible and move my 2 to my 3, so that Mike will be around when I talk about the one I want to talk about.
Well, the list purists are really hating this part of the show.
Yeah, they can, enjoy the show. They can take a drink of their whiskey and enjoy the show. So my number 3 is going to be just one of the amazing components, one of the technically player colors that you will play as in GKR Heavy Hitters, where you get to be this bad boy.
Word!
Look at that bad boy.
How is he not one?
Oh, dude. Well, because one is my hipster douche, a game nobody's ever seen, heard of game. But this is GKR Heavy Hitters. It's Weta Workshop. So that is, if you don't know, that's the same company that did all the special effects.
Did all the special effects. This is a game I've actually still never played. Tim's holding it out from me, just like Comic Hunters. So I can't really filibuster here. Haven't even played GKR. As you were, Tim?
Oh. Okay. Can you hear me again?
Yep. We're good. Uh-oh. Now he can't hear me. And he's buffering again. Why is it suddenly worse?
Is he buffering?
Like we went. Yeah. Wow. There it is. And he's back.
You guys are going to get not only did you get the first Richard Lanius drawing for the Batman game, but you're going to have a first appearance of somebody on your show.
Hey, I love it. I love it.
Say hi.
Oh my goodness. Hey, bud.
He just woke up and he's cranky, so he's going to
spend
some time.
I get it, man.
Is the best.
I get it, dude. Take all the time you need, whatever you got to do. I get it. I am a dad, and I am, I got a soft spot for the little ones. So my number 3 is GKR Heavy Hitters by Weta Workshop. So it is a mech game. Their components all came pre-painted. They are the studio that's behind District 9 and Lord of the Rings, and all the practical effects with all that stuff. They are amazing. Yeah, right. Curses. But anyways, GKR is a totally fun, bonkers, just balls to the wall skirmish game. 1v many. You can play 2v2. You can do battle royale, 3D terrain. All the miniatures all the main mechs come fully painted, look fantastic. Everything down to the flavor text on the cards is so much fun. I've got everything for the game. I love it. It's so much fun. But yeah, when you do your deck construction at the beginning of the game, you've got options to pick from the different weapons that your mech is actually armed with, and then you're going to pick X amount of weapons, and then you're going to build your deck with that. You're going to draw cards, and then like old BattleTech style, you're going to spend power and heat sinks, right, to fire off your guns and hit your opponents and stuff like that. It's so good. It is so good.
There was somebody in the chat earlier, Clore, who brought this to QSCon Tuesday when we meet up on Tuesdays and played it. And it was one of the ones I wanted to play because it just looked like a fun, raucous kind of time.
Yeah, it sure is.
Those minis looked minis. I don't know. Can you make them minis? Can you call them minis?
With bigatures?
Yeah, bigatures. That works. Yeah, it seemed really cool.
Yeah, Bob, it is deck construction or deck building. I don't care what you want to call it.
And also, let's take his advice on what color it is.
Oh, Hoop. Yeah, Hoop, you're colorblind, dude.
Yeah,
that's orange.
That's orange.
That's orange. Get out of here.
Oh, there he is. Chlorine.
Yeah, I'm glad there's another fan of this. I try to make as many people in my circle play this game with me that I think would like it, because I love it. I'm passionate about the game. I think it's a ton of fun, and so I'm glad that there's other people out there other than just me. Oh, the kid! Come on, Bob. He's not jaundiced.
And apparently, this is just the list of games Tim's holding out from me.
In a QSCon onesie, but I didn't have time for a costume change. So
fair enough. Fair enough.
Nice.
Who's that?
All right, Mike.
All right. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna let you pick. Point at one.
Ooh.
Oh, that's the one. All right. First
Perfect.
Empires.
Oh, okay.
You played it?
No, I've seen it. I've heard good things, but I've
great.
never been able to play it. I forget who it was. There's somebody. I had a friend that raved about this game.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's got the same artist as Yamatai. It's got the same
Mhm.
development team behind some of the Days of Wonder classics, and it feels that way. The game is super sleek. It's very intuitive in the way that the boards. This is much harder with a mini human on your lap while you're
Yeah.
The art is as you would expect from a
Oh, sure. Yeah. Solid.
the artist. It is by Sandcastle Games. If you don't know Sandcastle, look them up. But the way that the board works is very intuitive. Once you know what you're doing, you move from left to right, and you're going to be doing certain things. And then depending on where your cube is, and it's in this little area here, that's how many times you can do the thing or how many resources you get of the certain thing. So you're trying to grow your resources in the different in the 5 different columns. But the game itself, yeah, you want to show that off? That's good. And this is not post-production. This is not something that I had made afterwards. Like, this is how the game comes.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the boxes, they're little boxes that come in the game. The boxes have your player stuff. So when you're like, I'm going to be orange, and you grab the orange stuff, in the box is your orange stuff.
Nice.
Very
right?
cool.
So this is not something that I printed on the internet. This is something that comes in the actual production copy of the game, retail copy of the game too. This is not something I got as a deluxeified version or something. But the game it's super. It's just smart. It makes sense. It's area control. The way that the things work in the game makes sense. And once you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, when you're playing and everyone's doing, like, you're starting on the left and you're moving to the right, and it's just Sandcastle does Res Arcana. It's just very, very, very well done. I don't know how many lists it's on or how many people play it, or if it ends up under the radar, but look it up. Production quality is great. If you played Res Arcana, you kind of know. But yeah, the game is it's very, very, it's just very well done.
Somebody was telling me about this game, and I was like, man, that sounds really good. And I can't remember who it was. So if you're in the chat, go ahead and sound off. But I don't remember who it was now. Yeah.
I know.
All right.
He's excited about the pick.
He loves the game. It's one of his favorites.
Got to start him early.
He's already throwing dice. He's already getting used to the whole.
That's it.
Yeah. So first Empires. I mean, it looks like when you first look at it, right? When you first look at the if I didn't show you this, and I just showed you that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It looks like Days of Wonders.
Mm-hmm.
It just got that feel to it, right? And the production value also has that feel to it. Like, it's great quality stuff. And not to knock Sandcastle, but I had never heard of them before. I recently played Res Arcana through Corey, the Corey and Donnie team. He introduced me to it and said, you need to play this game. It's great. And I'd recently played it. So I had no idea who the company was. And then this was introduced to me by Bobby West, who's an awesome friend. And it was just like, it just made sense. Once you knew what you were doing, the smartness of the game, right? The mechanisms of the game, the way that it worked from left to right, the iconography of the game, everything about it just made sense. It all connected well. And when by the second turn, right, you were like, I know what I'm doing. And you're starting on the left and you're doing your thing. So the components are great. The quality of the boards is great. They're dual layered, right? I don't know if you can see.
Oh yeah. Oh
right?
yeah.
Dual layered. So I mean, the quality is great. The components are great. The fact that it comes with those boxes is awesome, and it has orange components, so it fits.
Sure does.
Yeah, grab it. It's a great game.
Nice. You had me at dual layer player boards.
Yeah.
Great, right? You know that's
Okay.
right? The Ethernet board is going to be dual layered.
Oh, it is.
Oh yeah, right. We got to keep the canisters in check, right? And we don't want them to walk around, so that's going to be dual layered. Polyominoes are going to be sitting inside like that.
Nice.
That screen is going to be it's going to be good.
Oh dang.
I can't wait to show it off. I can't wait till we get a early production
it.
copy and get to show everybody like what that game's going to look like, because it's so
Dang.
dual layer boards, man. They're good.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
They're the best.
Okay. All right. So my number 3 is one of my favorite games that was released last year. I don't own this game yet, though. It got a little hard to pick up. So I was playing Andrew's copy and I was playing Bob's copy, and it became almost like my go-to 6-player game, and that is Planet Unknown.
Ooh.
I really enjoy this game, and the more I play it, the higher it goes up my list. Now, what component is orange? It's those meteorites.
Yep.
Those little meteorites that you drop on the board, and the meteorites add this really interesting layer to what's just a polyomino game. I mean, I like it because it has that Lazy Susan, and everybody can play simultaneously, so there's no downtime. Doesn't matter how many people you have, it still plays within an hour. But you're laying these polyominoes out, and you want to try to complete full rows or full columns, because at the end of the game you'll get extra points off those. Unless there's a meteor sitting on the tile. If there's a meteor on the tile, it breaks your row or column that you're going for. So that component is really cool looking, like it's a solid resin looking thing that you plop on your board, and it's got a lot of solid resin looking things. But the fact that it also is its own mechanic that breaks that row and column you're trying to build, I think makes that component also an important feature of that game. So I love the game, I like the components, and I like the mechanism tied to that component. So I had to include the Planet Unknown meteorite on my list.
Nice.
Yeah, they look like, I think it was Levi the last time I played it, one of Bob and Dan's friends, that says it looks like a Wendy's spicy nugget. And it kind of does. I can't get that out of my head now. Just laying these little spicy nugs on my board.
Now I'm hungry.
Well, there's that.
That's interesting. So Isle of Cats, I refuse to play because of cats. But I did play the flippin' right, and I loved it. And it's good to know that Planet Unknown is apparently better.
Been usurped, so you're good now.
So good. It's really good.
Yeah, it is really good.
Okay.
That
number
whole
2
Susan as a component is just
yes.
Awesome.
When we later last year, we did a list of our favorite components in a game or favorite art in a game.
Yeah.
And I threw Planet Unknown on that list because that Lazy Susan is so integral to that game and how it plays. I would never want to play it without it. I remember they were only going to include that in the Kickstarter copy, and then so many people were like, "No, I want that Lazy Susan." They decided to include it in their retail edition. I'm super glad for that.
That game, I think it's pronounced Ahile. It looks like a Ryle. It's Paris, like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like a street party kind of thing. And it's got the polyominoes, and on your turn, you're going to draft a polyomino and then turn the thing. And
okay.
The way you draft the polyomino, you can't turn it. So the way you draft it is the way you're going to get it. So there's 4 different sections of the what is essentially a Lazy Susan. And if you think about it, if I draft the north, from my perspective, if I draft the north polyomino and it's a T, and let's say the T was on the bottom for me, right, and it was pointing up, I would have to place it on my board the way that it's drafted. But if on the opposite side it was facing Mike the way the T with the T on the top and pointing down. The way you drafted it is the way you place it, and I think it's really smart as a component. And then Planet Unknown took that and just brought it up like that. That whole thing was just smart.
Mm-hmm.
Both really good with the way that they use that component as how they use that component as a game mechanism. But yeah, really, really, really cool stuff.
I mean, not only does it aid with setup, but it also eliminates downtime. I mean, how genius is that? So,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh my god, yeah.
Great component.
Yep.
All right, Timmy, number 2.
All right, my number 2 is kind of a cheat, sort of, maybe a little. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. My number 2 is related to a game that has already been mentioned tonight, sort of.
I'm in. I'm in. Let's do that tonight. I'll do that.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Yeah, good. That's cool.
See, it's orange. This is from Star Wars X-Wing. And who pilots this ship? Come on, Star Wars nerds. Do you know the name of the bounty hunter that pilots the Houndstooth? He looks like a lizard. His name is Bosk.
Bosk.
It is Bosk. That's why I was like, hey, I got something related to your game.
Oh, Bosk
So-
adjacent. Got it.
Yeah, Bosk adjacent. You were like, oh, Bosk, and I'm looking down at my Houndstooth this whole time. I'm like, oh, I can't wait. So
Hold on.
this was going to be my number 3, but you hopped up to get your little guy. So I was like, I'm going to call an audible. I'm going to move heavy hitters up because I wanted you specifically to see that because I know y'all love Star Wars over there. But yeah, I haven't got to play it near as much as I would like to. But Dan and I have played a little bit of Star Wars X-Wing together. Dan's played a ton of Star Wars X-Wing. And I love tactical strategy skirmish games. And if you throw in a good Star Wars IP and I get to, pilot the Millennium Falcon, or an X-Wing for a night, like I'm in, I'm wrapped.
Yeah. And that's it. You're done. You're in.
Yeah, that's a wrap. Man, I haven't even played X-Wing, so I can't add much there.
X-Wing's pretty good. X-Wing's the way that it plays is pretty solid. It's a very smart strategical game that they created. I think I'm a little hurt at the way that they introduced the second edition and they charge you X amount of dollars for the upgrade pack, and it doesn't necessarily cover everything, and you're all in for all of the stuff they do, and then they do this whole other edition that renders your hundreds of dollars obsolete. I think that's pretty shitty, but
I agreed. I've got first edition. I've got a bunch of ships. If I add any ships to it, it'll just be first edition stuff so that I don't have to upgrade.
What do you think about, speaking of spaceships and feeling like you're flying the Millennium Falcon, have you played Outer Rim?
I have. I like it. I didn't love it. I enjoyed it, but I don't know. There was something missing, and now maybe that expansion will fix that for me. If I'm going to play Outer Rim, I'd rather play Zaya Legends of a Drift System.
Okay.
If you played that one.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just more in depth.
Yep.
I thought Outer Rim was really good. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Outer Rim quite a bit. But I did trade it because I forget for what, but it was for something I really wanted. I think I traded it to Bob. So Bob might be able to remind me what I traded him Outer Rim for. But I know it's in the game group. Like I want to have access to Outer Rim because I thought it was really good. But a
little fun fact about Outer Rim: if you buy it's one of the spaceship packs for Armada. It gives you all of the miniatures that you need, the majority of the miniatures you need for Outer Rim. So like the Falcon and Slave.
Oh,
stuff. It's really
right on. Because when I bought Star Wars Risk, like the Black Edition, I went and got micro machines for my ships, like the main ships.
Yep. We used micro machines for Rallyman. I don't know if you played Rallyman. I'm not a proponent for roll and move. And I think Rallyman is more of a move and roll because you plot out your move and then you roll your dice to see if you crash. And like I have a original micro machine of the 89 Batmobile, like Keaton's Batmobile.
Nice.
Perfect, right? It came in a 3-pack of the Batwing, the Batmobile, and the Joker van. But then they also made like, you know, the Back to the Future DeLorean and all these things that fit really well in Rallyman. So you can really, fine tune that with the Micro Machines. And I did not know that about the Micro Machines. There's so many Star Wars Micro Machines. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, you can pimp out a lot of games with Star Wars Micro Machines.
Yeah, you can.
And cheaply too. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, if you have them, right? If you go and try and get them secondhand, and you get like those what are they, transforming like heads, like the Wicked and the Stormtrooper and Vader and all those things, like those are really cool. But yeah, the VX, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says yes.
Well, then it's a consensus.
It's done. Yeah. That's it. Oh, Firefly, the board game. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Firefly. I haven't played it, but again, though, Dan, right? Like, Firefly is more in depth than Outer Rim. You know, Zaya is more in depth, and I think, again, nothing wrong with Outer Rim. I guess it's like the light version, right? If you want diet Zaya or diet Firefly, Outer Rim is great for that, because you can play it a lot faster and it's easier to teach.
Yep.
So, and nothing wrong with that, because I like getting games in and out too. You know, I'll sit down and play a 3-hour game, but if I can play 5 games while Mike is playing Wonderland's War, I'm fine with that too. So, because that's what happened.
Wonderland's War is great. Wonderland, we've shit on it a couple of times. Wonderland's War is a great game. Ian Moss and that whole team, they did a great job in making a stellar game. I'm biased, and full disclosure, that game was prototyped or play tested in prototype form at QSCon 2019.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so like before it went to Kickstarter, it was being play tested all over the place, but I kind of feel like it was here as well. Ian is a friend. I think they did a great job in that game. I think the deluxe edition with the poker chips, and
it's beautiful, dude.
Well-produced game. Yeah, the art is stellar. Like, James did a great job in making that game just sing from back to back, from
and
top,
he's a good
top to bottom. Is that what you said?
He's a good spokesman. Yeah, top to bottom. Right.
Yeah, that game sings from top to bottom. It's such a well-produced, some say overproduced, but it's just a well-produced. The art is great. The components are great, which you expect from someone like that. So
yeah, Skybound, Druid City, like all their games are top-notch components, right?
Sure.
I love that game. It jumped into my top 10. Absolutely love it.
Good game. Great.
I
don't know where this thing went, so sorry, buddy.
Mike, we're on to your 2.
Number 2.
Me, number 2?
Yeah.
I'm going to go down the path of I know no one's going to have my number 1. And I think it's just going to be cheeky and fun to keep my number 1 as my number 1. Although I actually get to talk about this game on this show. I don't get to talk about it on our full 42 because there's a couple things I leave off of our list. I leave off Batman because it's a co-design with me. So that's a little biased. It's a little close to the heart. So I leave that off any list. I leave Arkham off my list because, again, Arkham was the game that got me into the industry. I happened to befriend Richard, and I got to make a game with Richard, which was Batman. So I leave Arkham off the list. And one of the other things, which happens to be my number 2 in this list, that I leave off most of our lists on our show, is Asking for Troubles.
Oh,
and
nice.
I'm very excited that on this show I get to talk about this game.
Nice.
I know I'm a little close to it because of Chris on the full 42. But before I knew Chris, and before we had the full 42, the Asking for Troubles is, for me, a Waterdeep killer.
Oh, sure. Wow.
Yeah. So
I love Waterdeep.
I love Waterdeep. I think Waterdeep is great. It's right here. I don't know if you can see it underneath a little Yoda and a little Lego. Oh, I don't think I've showed this on the show either. That's a little Lego of me that Katia had made. Yeah, I got a little hockey jersey on and I'm on the computer.
Nice. I like the hair.
Yeah, right. It's a little different now, but whatever. There's a Scoundrels and Skullport there, which is the whole thing, and then there's
Oh yeah.
add-ons of I love Waterdeep. I think it's just a very smart game. It's very unforgiving. I think adding the Scoundrels and Skullport, although the corruption is a little bit more to think about, and it is a little bit new for new players. Giving them new locations, everything that it adds to the game is just smart. And I still, to this day, love Waterdeep. But Troubles, the first time I played it, the ability to bump, it was the first time I experienced the bump mechanic. And it's got the same concept as, don't do that because that would ruin the surprise. You go someplace, you get some resources, and then you use those resources to claim a thing and do a thing and whatever. It's very similar to Waterdeep, where you have a ship and you go, or you have a thing and you go someplace and you get a thing for it, and then you resource manage the shit you got to do a thing. Extremely similar, but my connection. Where's it's over here. You're a chore, dude. The connection that I had to Troubles is twofold, right? It's Orange. So sure, I love Orange. I went to SU. Orange is a thing in Syracuse. So yeah, for the print and play, when I first backed the Kickstarter, was like the whole thing was orange with white. So like, man, it's all orange. I love it. Then the game came out, and this edition over here by Kraken Games, which was Chris and Aaron's, is the first edition, and it's upside down for those that watch the show. You should know why this is upside down. This is the first edition of it, and it was orange and blue, and I love it, man. Everything about it was great. But the connection to it was, and I want to find, so, and this is what really sparked, this is why I can't talk about it on the 42, because the connection between me and Chris was right off the bat. Like, this is why it's a thing. This is a player piece. If you're playing Asking for Troubles, you can be this player piece. So, like, for those of you that know, you know, right?
Yeah. Nice.
Okay. So, and if you wanted to be another player piece, you could be, I know, right? It's the Falcon. I mean, no, it's not. It's Falcon-like.
Right. Yeah.
If you wanted to be this piece, you could be this piece. And someone was just talking about it in the chat.
Nice.
Right. So like the sci-fi connection to the pieces that are there
off the charts.
It's unbelievable. So that connection was immediate for me because it's orange, and then you have all of these kind of, oh yeah, that's that thing that I know that I really want to be able to play as, right? It wasn't until I met Chris. I'm trying to find the right piece. It wasn't until I met Chris, and he told me, and I was looking through some of the things and asking him like, oh yeah, but what's this? Like, I'm looking at this piece, right?
Okay.
What ship is that? Like, I don't understand. It's Boba Fett Slave One.
Oh, from this. Oh,
right. So it's like, oh yeah, yep. I love this. Everything about this is just, I adore it.
It's from this.
It's just from a different angle. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, and it's flat, right? Like if you look at the well, it's not.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Right. Wow. So aren't you glad I had all these complimentary pieces to help you out?
It's a flattened version, yeah, from
X-Wing.
It's just a flattened, obviously in the likeness of. So it's not Slave One, or whatever they're calling it now, which I think
it'll always be Slave One. Han shot first. It's always gonna be Slave One. Yada yada yada.
For sure. And I'm not a Star Trek fan. For those that watch the 42 know that I'm not a Star Trek fan, but I do recognize what this ship is.
Oh sure, Bird of Prey.
Right. So like, yeah, Slave 2. So the connection to that was immediate. And then if you look at some of the cards, with the bounty hunters and something that looks like Chewbacca and something that looks like Han Solo, everything about the game from an aesthetic perspective was like, I gravitated towards. I loved it. But the game itself, and it's hard to take it with a grain of salt because with the 42 and Chris, and I love the guy and I love the game. The way that the board works, right? Like if you're, yeah, this is just the one that's on the top, and some of you might recognize it, but this is your player faction, right? This is right. So this is your ship, and you have this is your card. This is representative of your ship. Every one of those symbols around the outside of that hex is a system in the game. And as you start to upgrade your ships, you put these tiles on the outside of this, right? You put these tiles on the outside of this hex, and every time you go to that location, you get that location's benefit and all of the things you grow out from that part of the thing. It's just super smart. Everything about it was just really well done. In addition, and a side step to Waterdeep, when you go to a location on Waterdeep, it's locked, right? You go there, you're first to get there, you're at the plinth, you get the white, you're done. No one else can get a white cube for the rest of that round unless someone has built something in the market. And it's very unforgiving. And in this game, if you go somewhere, so at the end of your turn, if you have no ships, none of the Falcon-esque games, meeples to put out, you have to recall all of your ships, and that's your turn. In Waterdeep, you're done, right? Once you put all your stuff out, the round's over, you pull all your stuff back, and that's the end of the game, or end of the round. In this game, if you really want something, you can go someplace, but you're just going to give them their ship back, which gives them an extra action for their next turn. So
I love it.
All of his meeples out there, right? And I really want something that Tim is already on. I cannot do it, and then Tim's going to have to spend his entire turn calling all of his ships back. But what Troubles does is I can go there. I'm just going to give Tim back his whatever you want to call it, right? And then Tim gets another action for that turn. And that bumping mechanism was the first time I experienced bumping mechanism in a game, and it just made the game sing that much better. It was I had experienced Waterdeep, and I'm not a D&D fan. I'm just very green to it, right? I'm new to the whole atmosphere. I love the game. I love the way the game presented itself. But when I played Troubles for the first time, it just everything about it seemed right. It seemed balanced. It made sense. I love the sci-fi nature, and I love the nuances that him and Aaron put into the game to make it connect to those sci-fi fans, right? If you were a fan of anything sci-fi, Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek, whatever it was, there was something there for you to be like, oh, I get what you're doing there. And the way that the game played, it really, when I had the opportunity to reach out to Chris about his Kickstarter, I was like, dude, I love your game. No shit. Like, I'd love to have you talk about your Kickstarter coming up. It was a moment for me to be like, kind of like with the whole Richard thing. Like, I got to talk to a designer that made a game that I absolutely adored. And it wasn't, this is not because I'm on the 42. It's not because I know Chris, because we've been doing it for 2 years. This precedes me knowing Chris as a human. I loved that game from the beginning. And I think it had so much to offer, especially new gamers with that whole bump mechanism, to be able to be a little more forgiving to a player that doesn't necessarily understand how that works. New to the worker placement mechanism, right? Because sure, you can go somewhere and get what you want, no problem. But if you go there, you're going to give somebody an extra turn, and you're like, do I really want to do that? And then everything about it just made sense, right? Taking the Troubles off of Paradise and dumping them. You're corralling monsters on a planet and dumping them into the sun for victory points. Like, that's you hilarious. As the pilot of the Millennium Falcon, like, that's just epic for you. Everything about the game is just solid. And then the expansions come out, which is when I met Chris, and the expansions are adding a little bit more to the game that are definitely a step up from the base game, but make it feel fresh and make it feel fun and add new characters. And the way that they did the new ships and the player created ships. Where'd your pacifier go? What are you doing? What are you doing? The game's solid. If you've experienced it, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't experienced it, try and get a hold of a copy. You won't be disappointed. The game, even the base game, you don't even need the big box stuff with all the things. Just grab the base game. It's got enough for you to understand. I mean, if you can get the cool again, blue and orange, right? For a Syracuse fan,
Mm-hmm.
the metal coins are just so well done. They just did a great job. I wish you can feel that in your camera, but they did such a great job of it. The blue is just a solid blue. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
They're just
very shimmery and metallic looking.
Yep, very. I mean, it's great. Even the base game, even if you can get a first copy, like, it's not. You don't need the new stuff. You don't need all the bling. You don't need all the fun stuff. The base copy will afford you such an experience. It's just great. Like, this is one of the expansions. You know what that is?
Is that the Milano? What is that?
Yeah, it's called the Alyssa.
Oh, right. Makes sense.
Yep. Just the cheeky nature of those terms that they use in the game. It's just a solid experience all around. I think it's a fun game for anyone to at least try and play. It's a great introduction to worker placement. It's definitely more forgiving, but not less challenging than Waterdeep or those kind of games. So I'm happy to be able to actually talk about Troubles for an episode, because I purposefully leave it off of our shows because of Chris. So,
well, Dan can vouch for this. I stood pining over all of this stuff for this at Gen Con.
And we know that for a fact.
Yes.
Well,
Apparently.
I know you're listening, or maybe you're listening to it. I don't know how you didn't see Chris, because Chris he came over to my booth for a few times throughout the convention, but he was there like pretty consistently.
What?
I didn't get to see either. I didn't get to see either of you guys at Gen Con. I saw Katsia. But...
You saw me. I was in the booth. What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't meet you though.
Oh, that's true. I guess we didn't like officially say hi to each other.
We weren't introducing Mike to people at that point in time. You know, we still had the vetting process going on.
I'll make sure I introduce you to Chris this year.
Yeah, I got to meet Chris. I got to play Troubles, because, man, I regret so much not buying that game. No, it says so. Dan says he has no recollection. What happened was I was standing there, and Dan and I are looking through all of the ships and all the expansions and laughing at all these references. Corey, dude, awesome.
We got the co-design crew there. Corey and Tommy are both watching. Thank you.
You missed, Corey. You missed all of the mission control love. But all you have to do is go back towards the beginning, and there's probably about a half hour of it, and it's all well-deserved. And we cannot wait, dude. Cannot wait.
Wow.
Nice.
Hey.
All right, Mr. Rice, why don't you get on your number 2?
All right. So my number 2, we're going to throw another Eric Lang game on the list. It is a player color, but is again a specific component from that player color. So the game I chose is Rising Sun.
Okay. That was expected.
However, I didn't pick the player miniatures. That's not what I chose. I didn't choose those. Very cool, but too easy. Nope, I didn't pick the little Kickstarter fortresses that you can build on the board and summon your figures from. Nope. Mike, I love negotiation games. I love games that have that element of I can backstab you later. And when you're trying to negotiate in Rising Sun, you do so during the tea party phase. And when you align with another player, you put your yin-yang tokens together. Okay. And I love these plastic yin-yang tokens because you're talking to another player and you're like, what actions do you want to do this round? Oh, you might recruit more guys this round. Okay, I'm totally not going to backstab you later. So let's just and then you just put your yin-yangs together and you've created your alignment during the tea party phase. But little does your aligned partner know that now you've got that opportunity. Well, they know that you've got the opportunity to use the betrayal action and totally screw them over later. I like that component so much. I really do. It is such a simple thing, but just these little plastic yin yang tokens, I seriously like them that much. They are next to the plastic political mandate tiles that you have in that game. I mean,
I
this
like those
game
tiles a lot more than the yin yang, but yeah.
I do too. Those are my favorite component in a game. That's why it made #1 of my top 10 greatest components. But the yin yang, like a solid #2, and it's orange. Yeah, great game, awesome component. And I like that it signifies, okay, we're in an alliance together. We're in this together until one of us screws each other over. So,
Andrew, good
cool
night.
component.
Thanks for hanging out and showing up, buddy.
Thanks for hanging out, Andrew. Have you played, either of you, but more directed towards Mike, the Godfather game that you can find at Target?
Yes.
So it's got the same kind of thing, right? With the roses and the, like, literally you can wear them if you want to, but it shows your allegiance to a certain player.
Oh, no,
Which Godfather game?
No, I played Corleone's Empire. I haven't played the other one then.
No,
Right.
the Godfather one by Spin Master.
Oh, no, I haven't played that one.
So, again, I know Erica, who is on the Spin Master team, who helped develop and design that game. They give you the same kind of feeling that Yin Yang gives you in Rising Sun. Completely different game, and I acknowledge it's not the same. But the way that the flowers were manufactured, they give you a little clip that you can put on your pocket or put on your lapel, and it shows that you're aligned with a certain family in the game. Player color, really. But it gives you that same kind of feeling like, I'm with you. I'm going to stab you in the back at some point, but I'm with you right now. And it's really cool.
I love it.
To bring that kind of mechanism or that component to a table. It holds a lot of meaning, and it means absolutely nothing at the same time. It's really cool.
That's fantastic. Yeah. I gotta look at that one.
Grab it. It's a. I don't get anything. I mean, they're friends of mine, but the game is fun and it's worth its price tag, and it gives you that same kind of feeling that you experience with that Yin Yang and Rising Sun on a much different level.
I like fun games that just kind of do fun, different things. That not everything's got to be a Vital Lacerda. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just want to bang a fun game out, does something crazy that nothing else does, or does it differently in a theme you like, so that's great.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I was just going to say to Jonathan's comment here, friend of the show here, I like that added challenge of, okay, I really got to get an alignment. It's not just, okay, who can I align with on an even count? Everybody's going to align. With an odd player account, it puts bigger importance on it. So it makes negotiating even more important, which makes me like it more. Like that. Love that. So, okay, our #1 favorite orange components of all time.
All right, are you guys familiar with the Lamont brothers?
Oh my God. I mean, where have they gone? They're some of my favorite humans. I don't know them personally. I loved watching them from Essen when they would dress up and present their stuff. Their games, Spellbound is one of my favorites.
Own it.
Dragon Stroll, the Game of Gnomes, like everything they do is so out of bounds good.
So I own 2 Lamont Brothers games, Spellbound and Poseidon's Kingdom. And Poseidon's Kingdom has these amazing orange starfish. This is my hipster pick. Lamont Brothers games are incredibly rare, incredibly well produced. I mean, this is the octopus. These are like ceramic. I've got them in bubble wrap in a box. When I put the game away, I put everything back in the wrap. Like, there's nothing more that my kids want is to play with my Lamont Brothers games. And I'm like, no, not till you're 21. You sign a waiver and these are insured because, these games like Poseidon's Kingdom, for example, it's got a wave and you build and the wave fills up, it rocks, and then the dice fall out on the board. And then that is like, their value. That's how you roll the dice. You know what I mean? And you're bopping around, you're trying to get the dice. You got to satisfy like the Kraken over here.
Yep.
I mean,
He keeps buffering during
Yeah.
games I haven't played.
While he's locked up, Lamont Brothers games and the Poseidon's Kingdom that he showed is the remake. It's the I don't want to say mass produced because it's not really mass produced because they're so specific. There's an original one, but their components. Tim, I don't know. There's the shark. I was going to ask you about the shark. Do you have Spellbound nearby? Can you grab it?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Okay. So their games, they're so intricate and they're so specific. They're very hard to find. Savannah Tales is probably the one that's the least manufactured. It's a bunch of tiles and it's basically an ostrich racing game. These games like Poseidon's Kingdom and the Game of Gnomes, Katia won Game of Gnomes at the Gathering last year, and the Game of Gnomes comes with a mushroom where you can put all the components on it and it hangs up on your wall. It actually came with, it's huge. I mean, it's the size of Luca. It came with a notch on the back that you can put on your wall and put the stuff on. Spellbound, the Wizards, look at that thing. That's a game component in the game. It's absolutely off the wall bonkers.
Like, give you size comparison.
So well done. They're fun. Dragon Scroll is another one. If you know the spill from Smirk and Dagger, it's got that component drop thing that hits a thing and goes out from there. They're so unique and they're so creative. Very, very hard to find, although not Spellbound, I think, is my favorite because of the components. Yeah, like the book. They're unreal. They're unreal. Look up Lamont Brothers games, and if you can find them at a decent price, get any one of them. They're so good. And Poseidon's Kingdom is another one, right? It's got that, you put all the dice on the top of this thing, and at some point, that thing is going to fall, and it creates a wave. And then the dice are going to fall onto the board. And then your pieces, like the thing that he was showing with the starfish and the shark, and all these things are going to react to what's fallen on the board. It's so smart. Yeah, look at that. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Spellbound.
Yeah.
I would hunt down Spellbound if you can. I would then go to either Dragon Scroll or Poseidon's Kingdom after that.
Yeah, I need to find Dragon Scroll. I got my Poseidon's Kingdom it's the Game Salute version. So Game Salute had it for about 10 minutes.
Yep.
You know, and I hunted like far and wide, like Grail game. I'm gonna find this game because I saw Poseidon's Kingdom being played at a convention and I was like, holy shit, what is that game?
Yep.
Like, are you freaking kidding me? I had no idea that games could be made like that.
Yep.
And I hunted it down, found a copy, got it. And then at another convention, like they were having like a flea market and somebody had Spellbound. And I think I paid like $50 for it. And so I was like, I'm in. I don't care. I haven't played it. I may never play it, but I won a Lamont Brothers game just as a collector, you know?
Really worth it.
And yeah, no regrets, man. No regrets.
The game's great. The art's beautiful. The components are top notch, and the gameplay. It's not even like it's a gimmick, right? Like the components in the games that they make are not gimmicky. They look gimmicky. They're like, oh, this is really cool, and I really want to have this big-footed, wizard doing a thing. But the gameplay is really smart and really well done. Like it's balanced. It's you have choices. It's just an amazing. Every one of their games is just so. I'm sad that I haven't seen a game of theirs. I would tune in at 4 a.m. when they were doing like the game just to get a hold of one of the Lamont brothers. Like one of them would dress up as something. The way they would interact with each other, like they were just awesome people. And the games they produced, like talk about table presence, right? Like that
off the charts.
Kingdom with that wave is just having those chunky minis on the board is one thing, but having that component be the tidal wave and tipping that over and have all the dice fall on the thing is such a oh my god moment. It's so cool. Well, yeah, great pick.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I was like, okay, this Mike, I got a hipster pick. It's gonna be my number one. And he's like, huh? I'm like, I don't even know if he had heard of Lamont Brothers or not. I should have known, somebody like you would have known about them, but I was like, I don't care. I'm doing it because I think the components are fantastic. And sometimes I like these lists because I want to shine a light on games that people may not know about, and stuff. So
Yeah, in order, I would say Spellbound is one of my favorites, like
nice.
overall. Just because the component quality is great and the gameplay is really like it's tense. Like the way the game plays is tense. And then I would either go Dragon Scroll or Poseidon's Kingdom. The gameplay is smart, it's approachable, and the table presence is just stellar. So any one of those. Good pick, man. That's awesome. And he's locked up. That's a great pick. Any Lamont Brothers. Snowtail. I know Corey mentioned Snowtails in the chat. Savannah Tales is, I mean, it's ostrich racing. Like, there's no other game out there. And there are games that do similar racing structures, but like your ostrich racing, it's pretty cool. Any Lamont Brother game you can't go wrong with. They're just smart.
Yeah, I consider myself lucky to have 2 in my collection. They're like,
nice.
Really just hard to get, hard to find and stuff. But I'm glad you were excited about it. I feel less hipster douchey about my choice and feel more validated. So
the only unfortunate nature of your pick is that some of those games are Dragon Scroll, maybe not so much. Like I remember picking up a second copy for like $20 at a flea market.
Oh, sure.
It's not hard to find. Game of Gnomes is very kitschy. And the idea that you're hanging the gnome up on the wall, like it becomes wall art. Kind of like the way Canvas did the back of their box, like you can actually hang it. Game of Gnomes did the same thing, but I know Spellbound is not easy to find, and it's worth the price because if you go back and you look at what Tim brought on the screen, that little whatever the hell wizard they call it, like that is a sculpted piece of art. And that's in the game. Those books with the faces on the, like everything is unique. Everything in the game is, it's not a mass-produced copy by any means. Even the Game Salute version of Poseidon's Kingdom is...
They're all ceramic or whatever that is, yeah.
The thing you led with, the starfish that you led with, like that is a custom piece, right? It's just the shark. It's got that Lamont. Once you know a Lamont Brother game, you're looking at those pieces and you're like, oh, I know what that is. It's got a hell of a table presence. It's got great mechanisms in a game. You're you're playing a good game when you're playing one of their games.
The dolphin, dude. The dolphin's so good. They're all good. Really good pieces.
Yeah.
High quality.
Yeah, it's so great. It's so and even the mechanisms in the game, like the way the shark moves and just the table presence. It reminded me. It's got that table presence of Holy. Like if you guys have played Holy from Floodgate, like the way that Julio made that game to be a top-down kind of like celebrating the festival and the way the stuff moves around that thing. It's got such an amazing table presence that people are just. It's not like just like Happy Salmon is going to bring people over because
you
hear a ruckus and you're going to want to know what's going on. When people are walking by and they see this structure on the table, they just want to know about it. And Kingdom, when you dump those dice onto it's so cool.
That's what got me. That is 100% what got me. I walked over. There was a couple of ladies playing it late at night at one convention. I'm like, what is this? Yep. Tell me everything. You like grab them by the shoulders and like shaking them until they tell me everything.
It's so cool because it's got your generic dice. It's got a really cool table, like up off the table kind of presence. But then it's got those pieces that you're like, wait, did I get them from a secondary source? Right? Like, is it third party pieces that you're bringing to the game? And it's not. Like they're in the game. That starfish, that shark, that dolphin, they're in the game. So you got these generic dice with these cardboard pieces that are bringing the game up off the table. But then you've got these really cool custom pieces that look like, somebody made them for you. And it's just really cool stuff.
They're amazing.
Brother games are, if you ever have a chance to get one, get them.
Sight unseen.
Yep, for sure. Good pick.
Thank you.
Right. Like Spellbound will never leave my collection. I don't care. That game could be worth $1,000. I will never sell it. It's so whimsical and so cool.
And you're just not gonna have anything like it. No. You're just not gonna have anything like it.
No, nothing. I mean, same thing with Poseidon's Kingdom. Like I haven't seen a game that mimics what that does ever.
No.
and then you have the components that look like you got them from like Etsy or
Right.
something.
Right. Right.
What are you doing? No, you can't have that. This is mine. Hi, you waving?
He's trying to grab your spoiler again.
He's been trying to grab my spoiler since he got here, but I don't know if he's going for the spoiler or if he's going for the whiskey. I think he might be going for the whiskey.
Win-win.
I mean, either way, right? No, you can't have that, dude. Sorry. You want this? Okay. You can't have it. Nope. We're on camera live now. You can't. Wait the camera shut off, and then I'll give you some.
I've threatened to give my children bourbon before on the show, so it's all good.
He did do that.
Perfect. You want this? Great
Clark,
pick.
hey, thanks, man. Yeah, come on. We just verified it. That's all we did.
Yeah, coming up with a Lamont Brothers game is like, I know it feels kind of like you said, hipster, right? Like,
right.
But
right.
More people should know about them because, especially with the growth of the industry, right, over the past couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the last Lamont game. It could have been 17, 18. It's definitely, I would say it's at least 5 years since they put a game out, and maybe they've just retired from the industry, which is it's sad for all of us because they look like superhumans. I'd love to meet them. They had a very creative mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You agree? I know you agree. You're clapping. But yeah, if you can, there's so many people becoming board gamers in the modern industry that they might have just come in after the Lamont Brothers had made their last game. And Savannah Tales and Snow Tales, maybe they don't have the production value of Spellbound or Dragon Scroll or Poseidon's Kingdom, but if you can hunt those down, you will not be disappointed. It might cost a little bit more to get it, but if you look at those, again, scroll back and look. If you look at those, right? If you look at those components, they're well worth it. They're so good. It's not like you're buying like a study of Emerald, right?
Right.
Real game it, and it's the first edition, and you can't get it, and it's $80 to $120, and there's a second edition, and you can just buy the second edition. Like those games have some unbelievable production quality to them, and they're still just great games to play.
Yeah, I do have a second edition of Study in Emerald also, because the first edition was hard to get, and then they streamlined it, and you could made it affordable anyway, so even better.
Yeah, but it's not like it's just a bunch of cardboard punches, right? With just generic dice or whatever the hell you want to call it. Like if you look at that gnome that you put on the screen, like that's a chunky bit, and to have that's a piece in the game, right? This was before deluxeified versions. Like that was not like a little wooden meeple that you got a deluxe version with this cool thing. Like that was the production copy they made, and they made sure that their games were like just well done. Good shit. Yeah,
man. Well, it's your number one. If it's not a Lamont Brothers, it's just not going to be as good. I'm sorry.
It's not.
I'm just kidding.
This is going to push the game component rule a little bit. Because it's still a game component, right? There are games that require this. It's a component in the game, especially if it's it has to do with blind draw or you pulling something to the table that other people can't see and is random rather than just a shuffle or a deck of tile or whatever. And so this component is in a lot of games, and these are some of the best components of its type that you can get for the games that need these kind of things. And it just so happens that Crown Royal has an orange version of it.
Uh-oh. Nice. I thought he was going to go bag of chips. I'm looking at bag of chips, the orange bag. It is more red. It is more red. That
would be a good substitute for the bag of chips bag because it's too small.
Yeah, that's true. Also true. Well, you got big old beefy paws too, you know, and you got your gorilla hands trying to reach into my bag of chips.
No, I do not.
It doesn't matter what bag you get from Crown Royal. Like if you have the opportunity to befriend a liquor store or a bartender or anybody in your circle that, I mean, look, this thing's like the size of the kid that's on my lap. Like it's huge, but the quality of the bag, right? Depending on what flavor you like, and this is for Mike because I know he said something about apple.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the orange one is caramel, isn't it?
It's peach, technically.
Ah, that's right.
Right. But any game that has a like I'm looking at Altiplano, or I'm looking at something that has some sort like
any bag
even
building.
Quedlinburg, right? That has some sort of bag building mechanism where you're pulling from a bag and it's blind, and whether it's a setup of tiles or it's a personal component, right, where it's your own thing that you're pulling from. These bags have a gigantic mouth. Anybody's hand is going to fit into that thing. And there's multiple colors. So it happens to be orange for this one because it is, I think, a bag, especially in certain games, is a component of a game, like Altiplano, or like even Orleans, I think is got the bag, the blind bag kind of pull thing. Anything that has that, if you can upgrade, and it's a simple upgrade, right? I mean, if you're drinking whiskey anyway, you might as well grab some Crown Royals, and then you have the opportunity to geek up your own game with a Crown Royal bag. Bag works great for Karuba. Great point, Bob. Karuba is one of my favorites. I just played it over the weekend.
Bobby gifted me Karuba, and when he gave it to me, he gave me a Doctor Who bag to go with it to draw the stuff out. He's like, "You're gonna need the bag. You'll want the bag," and he's not wrong.
No, not at all. Yeah, the Crown Royal bags. If you give a friend a bartender, or you like to drink whiskey, grab Crown Royal, because those bags are some of the best bags you can upgrade in games across the board. Any game that has a bag as a piece of the game, a Crown Royal bag will they just feel right. It's got the right, because how many times are you putting your hand in a bag and pulling something out, and you have to grab the bag because your hand is stuck? Like it never happens with the shit. It's such a great, I think, component for games that require bags, and it just happens to be orange. So I will recommend any Crown Royal bag, but for this edition, the orange one, obviously.
Yeah, I love it.
There you go.
Good pick.
Nice.
Good pick.
Right, I said no one's gonna have my number one, and I thought maybe Mike, because he mentioned Crown Royal earlier, but
right.
I didn't think of it as a game component, but I've used it as a game component for many games. So yeah, that's awesome. Great.
It's one of the best bags. It's one of the best bags, right? I mean, it's just so good.
Yeah, I've tried to buy like all the flavors just so I have all the color options.
Just befriend a bartender. Just go to your local bartender. Go to your local game cafe that has, this liquor as an option, and just what do you do with? You can.
Tim, you're killing me.
There are a ton of people that just sell them in bulk, and you can buy them for like $1 a bag, which is great because they're $1 a bag, and they're some of the best bags you're going to get for your games ever. So.
I didn't say anything, but Tim, every time you grab bags and boxes, it's insanely loud.
Mike, you were doing something earlier too, but I had to get this out for Dan because Dan said the rocket boosters for Starfarers.
Oh yeah,
whoa,
Starfarers. Yeah.
Whoa.
Good job, buddy.
I haven't played that game yet.
Oh, it's good.
So,
it's really good.
All right. Well, this is gonna make my number one look kind of weak.
You're welcome.
You are very welcome.
So I played this dinosaur game a few years ago, and it was just okay. It fell very flat for me. But then they redid that dinosaur game, and they kind of made it what I thought it should have been all along. So that's why I'm choosing Dinosaur World over Dinosaur Island for some of my favorite dice in a game, the Amber DNA dice. I absolutely love those dice. Yeah. I mean, they are translucent. They look like the Amber from the Jurassic Park movie. They're big, bulky dice. I just absolutely love these dice. They're my they got to be my favorite dice of any game, and I love rolling dice. So it was a pretty easy pick for me to go to those. It was honestly, probably one of the first things I thought of was those amber dice for Dinosaur Island and Dinosaur World. I recently finally played Dinosaur World, and I thought it was so much better than Dinosaur Island for me. Dinosaur Island was more about, okay, build as many dinosaurs as you can. Okay. Dinosaur World is, okay, dinosaurs are an attraction, but you also need extra buildings to score, and you're going to move your workers to certain buildings to activate them. Then at the end, you're going to take your Jeep on this little tour through your park, and each one you get to gives you a different activation. And I just thought Dinosaur World really, for me, captured what I wanted a Jurassic Park-esque dice game to be like. So I've had this copy for about a year. I finally played it a few weeks ago, and I'm like, man, this game is really solid. Easy pick on which game I'd pick the dice from.
So I'm going to take you one step further. I love Dinosaur Island. I think Dinosaur World is also good. I think they're parallel. Have you played Duelosaur Island?
I have not.
So I would argue that Duelosaur is the better of the Dinosaur Island games. It's 2-player only. It's got the same dice that you love, but it does what Dinosaur Island or Dinosaur World does in 2 to 3 hours. It does that in less than an hour. It scratches the same itch. It's a 2-player only. It does the same kind of enhancements and growth of your dinosaur abilities or park or whatever you want to call it. But it does it in a 2-player version, a 2-player only version. And I think it's sleek and mainstreamed and still scratches that itch, because Dinosaur Island, Duelosaur is great. Dinosaur Island, it's a chore to set up, right? There's so much going on, and the teach of it is so extensive that it's almost off-putting when a group of players are going to come in and play that game. Dinosaur Island is going to be a chore, right? And it's going to be taught to a certain group of people that are going to sit there and want to be there for that moment. And Duelosaur, although it's only 2-player, it's so much easier of a teach, and it has so much less of a setup. And if you like we had talked about earlier, Lost Cities, the 2-player Lost Cities, Duelosaur Island is going to be, it's going to quickly hit the top of your game list for 2-player for that kind of game. Like it's pretty solid.
Nice. I've considered picking it up several times. So
also, if you love Wonderland's War so much, although it's the Eisner brothers, Ian Moss did Wonderland's War with them. Ian Moss also did Duelosaur Island.
Okay.
So it's same designer, so there's that Venn diagram, and it still scratches that same kind of Dinosaur Island itch. Really well done.
Nice.
Yep. Dude,
I almost feel like the way they did that campaign by like, hey, here's the smaller 2-player only version you can get, when they reprinted the 2nd edition, I think almost made it like, okay, it almost seemed like the smaller slammed in cousin that may not be as good.
Correct.
And so I think that's why it doesn't get the praise that maybe you're saying it deserves.
That's 110% agree that the way that they added that to the campaign was kind of like, here's this thing we also did, and it didn't deserve that. The game, as itself, the game is phenomenal. It gives you exactly what you're looking for when you're thinking about playing Dinosaur Island, but from a 2-player perspective, setting all of that shit up and going through all of the stuff that Dinosaur Island presents and Dinosaur World, Duelosaur does the same thing, especially if you're playing 2-player. I would not recommend either of the dinosaur games at 2-player over Duelosaur. I think I would almost recommend Duelosaur over playing either of the dinosaur games at its best capacity, whether that's 3-player or 4-player. I would say Duelosaur is, even dinosaur, either of the dinosaurs at 2-player is probably best. And I think Duelosaur does it better than either of them.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I haven't played Duelosaur, but
Yeah,
now I have to.
unfortunately for me, yeah, like I said, Dinosaur was kind of a letdown for me. I was super hyped when that game came out. Like there was a ton of praise. The second edition Kickstarter was like 2 mil. I love the art. I love the components.
Yep.
And yeah, unfortunately, just the gameplay for me just fell flat. And I really enjoyed Dinosaur World quite a bit. So I'm definitely willing to try another version of it, especially if it's quicker to get to the table. I'm all for all that.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the setup, the breakdown, the game teach, everything about Duelosaur is way better. The only caveat being Duelosaur is 2-player only.
Yeah,
but if you're into that, right, and it's great. It's great.
I still do that quite a bit actually. So
yeah, look
awesome.
into Duelosaur. Yep, and it's got the same dice.
Right. Sold. Okay.
What a list, guys! That's awesome.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And on that note, Tim's gonna buffer, and he's just got the mean mug and looking off to the side look in that one. There he is. Why are we all of a sudden having all these issues? Like it's just been the last like 50 minutes.
Must be shift change.
I guess.
Right, it happened when you were on the full 42. It was the most buffered you've been. And
oh,
now
it was
I'm
terrible.
Buffering again.
Yeah, but I get these like nice long stretches at least tonight where I can actually talk and form full thoughts and sentences. We're like full 42 is like I'll say 3 sentences, if that, 3 words, and then it's like, okay, you guys cover for me while I
love it. What are you doing?
Okay, so there you go. Our favorite games or favorite components that are orange. With a guy very vested in the color orange. So awesome choice. Great list.
Yeah, good. Oh,
Great
I got to do
list.
Bob's favorite components. Sorry, Mike, I got a bag. Bob's favorite components. The orange or burnt orange Axis and Allies.
Oh, nice.
So that's the wrong side. Japan player. One of Bob's all-time favorite games, Axis and Allies. He dropped this bag off on my porch today while I was at work on his way to work.
Big Bob.
So
I'll quickly include an honorable mention that includes orange, but it's not entirely orange. But this component wouldn't exist if it weren't for the orange tip and cash and guns.
Oh, yeah.
Because without the orange tip, this is not illegal. You can't have something look like a gun that doesn't have an orange tip. That is illegal. Right. So this is such an awesome party game. I love the reverse psychology of this game. I actually haven't played it in a while, and I was talking about it on a list we did of games to play with like your family over the holidays, because I have a cousin who used to be a policewoman, and I so wanted to pull a gun on her. I never got to, but man, Cashing Guns is just such a good game for what it does. And these foam guns are just fun. They really are.
They are. They're great.
I wanted to make it just a tip reference, but I'm pretty sure.
Right. That's all right, too.
That was one of my fantasy baseball teams for several years.
Just a tip?
Yes. I won the championship that year. So anyway. Nice.
Steve, that was a great, that was a lot of fun to experience, and the connection with the Lamont brothers was bonkers.
Dude, it's great. It's great. Cool. I just want to jump on this real quick because Corey, now that he's in here, I'm sure he wasn't in when we were talking about mission control earlier. Just for reference, in case you didn't know, we were the dummies running around your booth with cameras filming our play. And, our editor put together, the sound isn't amazing, but, what are you going to do? It's Gen Con, we're kind of just doing our best. But, man, that was just such an experience that we can't stop talking about. But just to let you know, that's us. We were those guys, if you remember that. And then we bugged you for I probably had bugged you for an interview like the Sunday after. It was Sunday at Gen Con. I barely remember anything other than that I was there. But yeah.
And I'm still bugging him about when I can play it. So
yeah, that won't stop.
I may or may not have mentioned that I play tested 3 new Michigan Troll boards on Sunday just to make Mike a little crazy.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
I need play testers. I want to make sure that they're all balanced. So I might reach out and ask you to hop online and play with Corey and Donnie and I. So.
Oh yeah.
Now you're making Mike sad.
Right? It's all right. DeVito can get mad at me. That's fine.
Go
ahead,
for it,
Tim.
Mike. Oh, I was just gonna say, I know Mike has got some trivia for us. You want to spring that trivia on us?
Yeah, you want to do it? I mean,
yeah.
I don't know what you're normally up to. We're up to 3 hours. This is my wheelhouse. So,
oh sure.
If you guys are going,
I'm good. I'm dragging a little bit because Wednesday is my longest day of the week. So that might be one reason, Tim, and I keep it short. But I want to see this trivia, so let's just roll with it.
Let's do it. All right, bring in the other camera. All right,
there you go.
This is something I created for the full 42. I feel like it was a year ago, if not over a year ago. So some of the chat may have seen this. Some of the chat may have not. But basically, it's going to be name the game. So I'm going to show you something like this, and I'm going to ask you guys to name the game. You will get. I guess I should do a point thing.
Tim has played way more games than me, so
we'll see. You kind of threw yourself under the bus with some of the games you had mentioned liking and knowing that may or may not be in this challenge. So we'll do Mike and we'll do Tim. We'll give you a point for each one you get right. And let's see how well you do. So for instance, and this does not count as a point. This is just an example. I will show you a component like this, and I will ask you to tell me what game it's from. And either you guys can write it down if you have something to write it down with, whether it's dry erase or a piece of paper, or I can ask you without you guys feeling what your answers are and go from there. But it looks like Tim is ready. So Tim, what would your answer be to this one?
Oh my gosh, I feel like I should know this, what game this is, but I don't. I don't know.
Mike, would you know?
I don't. I don't know this one.
It's
like I don't even
Kingdom.
recall that I've seen the component, so I think it's from a game I haven't played. So it would be a total shot in the dark.
And is something on your show chat help? Like, does somebody get chat help?
Oh, I mean, somebody could throw it up in the comments what they think it is. Like,
okay. Tim, what'd you write?
I wrote Bunny Kingdom.
Okay, Mike, what would your anything?
Everdell, but Tim's played it and he didn't pick that, so it's not Everdell.
Okay. Oh, so that would be the right answer.
Oh, right. I should have known.
They're space carrots. For those that have played Asking for Troubles, you would know that they were space carrots. So that's how it's going to work. There's going to be a component. I'll ask you what you think the component is from, and you'll get a point for each correct answer. And that's how it'll work. So question number 1, what's that from?
Right?
What do you think that is?
That's a good one.
What is that? What do you think that is?
I feel like there's like 2 games this could be, 3, maybe 3, but I'm going to write the first one that came to mind.
I'll give you a hint. It's not your normal generic red crystal.
Okay.
Right? If you look at it, you can tell it's definitely specific. Here we got Dan saying it's from. I shouldn't say. You probably shouldn't look at the chat.
Oh, right. Well, I've got mine already written down. I wrote Diamonds, but I feel like Dan is probably right.
Good pick.
Yeah. So then it's also not going to be Caverna.
No, it's definitely not Caverna. It is from Lost Ruins of
That's the red gem.
That is the red gem.
I couldn't really see the shape of it.
What?
Do better, Mike.
I couldn't tell the shape. I freaking love that game. I couldn't discern that shape at all. Wow.
This is to test you to see how game knowledgeable you are. So, question number 2. What is that from?
Oh, I seen that.
Some of these games you mentioned during the show. I just want to point that out.
Wow.
Physically literally mentioned them on the show.
I'm just gonna write down the wrong answer, so I've got an answer written down.
I don't have it. I've never seen that component.
I almost want to make you guys drink for each wrong answer, but I feel like you don't have any bottles left to drink, and I don't know how many right answers you're going to get in this. So.
Right. No,
yeah, they'll get bad.
I got a trivia for you when we're done with this, Mike. So I just wrote down tiny towns. I know that's wrong, but I was like, it's a little house, a little barn.
What do you got? Tiny towns? Okay, Mike, what do you got?
All right. Oros. It's got purple in it.
Sure, yeah, that's a good answer. The right answer is Crusaders. So typically, it would have been the orange player color because orange and Crusaders make sense. Purple is a little bit of a throw off, but yeah, that's the purple house or barn or whatever. There you go, Donnie. Donnie got it.
Well, sure enough, it is one I haven't played. So.
Oh, play Crusaders. Crusaders is great.
I know it's got a Mancala, so I'm immediately.
Hell of a Mancala. Yep.
I think this was on somebody's list on your show on Monday when I was watching.
Yeah, if not, Chris, it's one of his favorite games.
Are you guys getting a glitch on your screen? On the
Nope. Just your face.
Weird. All right. Well, there's that.
Not yet, anyway. All right, question number 3.
Weird.
Ooh. I might spell this wrong. You got this, Mike?
No.
Did you write something down?
Yes.
Tim seems very confident in this one.
Zolkin?
Mexica, Sulkin, you are both wrong.
Oh.
Not Zolkin.
The right answer is Cusco.
I was wrong.
Cusco. There was all those Cusco jokes earlier in the Discord. Holy crap.
Mexico was close. But Cusco is the right answer. Any Kiesling and Kramer game get my back or get my purchase because they are just an amazing duo of designs. So yeah, that's from Cusco.
Nice.
All right, number 4. If you haven't played this game, you should.
I haven't. But let me.
Right.
Let me just guess.
You're making this math for me very easy, guys. I'm just saying.
No kidding.
0 to 0. No, you can't have any.
I think that's the name of this game.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just taking a wild flail in the dark.
Same.
I know. Not Men at Work, Jason. It's not Men at Work.
Are you a robot?
Worker placement, the worker placement game. Good job, Mike. That's well done. Are you a robot? It's also incorrect. This game was designed originally as Battlestar Galactica Express.
Oh, is this Dark Moon?
It is Dark Moon.
Son of a biscuit.
What part of Dark Moon is that? I've played that game. Huh?
It's on the player board.
It is?
It sure is.
Wow. I play that game like
Mike.
it. I love Dark Moon. I talk about that game all the time.
You do.
Great. Evan Derrick, who's also a friend, he did such a great job with this game. That social component of rolling the dice and being like, look, all I rolled were these.
Dark Moon is so good. Dark Moon is so good. It's a fantastic game.
And 2/3 of the faces are negative.
So how do you even argue your point? Like, look, I rolled shit. Yeah, sure, you rolled shit. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Dark Moon.
Even though statistically you probably will roll shit, but people won't trust you when you put a negative die out there. I love it.
Of course they won't believe you.
I love it.
Yeah, Dark Moon was one of my favorites before I knew Evan and am able to call Evan a friend. if you haven't experienced Dark Moon and can grab it, you don't need the expansion. Just get the base game.
It's
BSG Express, man. It's so good.
Yeah,
It's so good.
great. All right, number 5. You should know this.
Oh, that one I definitely know. I'm not sure if Tim will. Yay! I might have the win here.
Okay.
Yeah. And I could spoil it. I obviously won't because I want to win.
I just wrote down
Tim's.
a component. I don't even think a game that has this component. Biblios. I don't know.
Dan mentioned in
what
the
that is disrespectful.
If you love BSG, which I do, check out Stuff of Legend. It does what BSG does in 4 hours in about an hour, and it's got Betrayal. It's fantastic. I'm a little biased, and BSG is great. But yeah, check that out.
Well, Mike, you stumped us for most of the night until your last question because the designer was on your show Monday because that is Dwellings of Eldervale Workers, sir.
Nice.
Sure was.
Hey!
Mike owns this game. I played this game one time.
What'd you write, Tim?
Oh, I wrote Biblios. It was way off.
Yeah, definitely not Biblios. All right, so Mike is up 1-0. Good job.
Dude looked like a scholar. I just wrote it. That's why I knew it wasn't right because Biblios is like just cards, but.
Oh, for whatever reason, I thought there was only 5 because we did a top 5, but obviously not. Cool.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful box there.
That's my favorite box cover, man. I love the art on that box.
It's beautiful. The art in that game is great. I think the art in Andromeda's Edge is even better.
I can't wait to play that.
I was very sad to miss Monday's show for reasons. Luke seems like a really cool guy. His games are amazing. As evidence of Dwellings of Eldervale. But yeah, that's a great game. So good job. All right.
I just assumed because the Rangers were on.
The Rangers were on and they did really well. If Steven is watching, I don't think I've seen him yet, but there's our 42 vote for him.
Nice.
But yeah, it's 1-0. All right. Question number 6.
I know this one.
You should.
Dang it.
Specifically, Tim should know this one.
I should.
Because you mentioned it earlier.
I sure did.
You sure did.
I sure did.
Mentioned it earlier. Right? Say hi.
I got a guess, but it's wrong. Go ahead, Tim.
Euphoria, baby. Building a better
got...
dystopia.
The Stonemeyer I've wanted to play forever and never did. I saw a gear and just wrote something with a gear.
Yeah.
It is indeed Euphoria. Well done.
Right over there.
It is 1-1. So Mike enjoyed his lead for a better part of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's true.
I like that. I like that.
Dang it.
All right, number 7.
Wow.
Taking a wild guess.
What's that? What's over there?
Jeez. I don't even know.
If you haven't played this game, you should. That's for sure.
I don't even have a guess.
No guess?
I've not seen that component before.
I think I got it.
We're going to wait for Mike. We're going to put Mike on the clock here.
Okay, all right, I'm done. I just wrote a game down.
What do you got?
I wrote encyclopedia.
CO2.
CO2.
Oh, it's Flashpoint.
Well, Dan spoiled it in the comments, but I didn't write his suggestion down.
I've got Flashpoint right up here behind me.
Yeah, I'm going to hide comments for now.
Clear the comments. Click on the screen so it's big.
Oh, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, Flashpoint. If you haven't played Flashpoint,
I have. It was years ago. Long time.
It's good. It's hard. It's good. Yeah.
I think it's still. It's indie boards and cards from a while back, and I think it still stands true. Like it's got a bunch of expansions and a bunch of stuff you can add to the game, but base game Flashpoint it's super stressful, and you kind of gives me that Billy Kerr kind of vibe, right? Where you want to save people and you want to be the hero, but like there's some stress in that game, and it really enhances the. If I do this, shit could go bad.
I've yet to win Flashpoint because we always stop.
Super challenging.
It is. I love it. I love a challenging co-op though, you know, and it's unique. It's really good.
All right, number 8.
What the hell is that?
Whoa.
It was definitely mentioned on the show. Yeah. I know. Yeah, you're right.
I hesitate to write my answer because I think that Mike would know it immediately if it was that.
It was 100% mentioned on the show.
Yeah. I'm going to be so mad if it's a game I own again. Okay.
I'm writing it down, a game that you own.
Oh, I'm writing down a game you own.
If you don't
it's not
own
a
it,
game I own.
I'm a little biased, but you should definitely own it. It is not Everdell. It is not Bora Bora. It is a game by Julio Nazario, published by Floodgate.
Oh, holy Festival of Colors. Yeah, I haven't played it. Nice.
Game's great. It's a pattern recognition and the 3-tiered system of the. We were talking about table presence earlier. The way the game comes off the table, and you're looking at the dust that's settling. He is one of my. He's a great person. If you know Julio, if you have an opportunity to talk to him, he is just a stellar human being. But his game design box is so varied. He thinks so far outside of it. His designs are so clever and so unique. He's just a very prolific designer, and I know he just did Dolce that was out. He's a very, very unique creative designer. That's just an awesome human being. So look up Julio, and if you don't have Holy, get Holy for sure.
Yeah, I gotta write down Holy.
Still 1-1. Going into number 9.
Ooh.
Oh.
Mike knows this one way too quick.
Son of a quick there.
Son of a biscuit.
This one was mentioned as well.
It was. Was it? Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I brought it up.
Okay. I'm confident.
Damn it. I recognize the art style.
You're right, but Samar brought up from a country who celebrates Holy. I get it now. I also work with our guest next week. His name is Keith Ward. He is an English teacher in a high school. He and I developed a game design curriculum for a 10th grade classroom where they basically go from what the fuck is a board game to designing their own pitch deck. And they had the opportunity to present. We were going to go through the 10 best of the 3 classes. They were going to present their pitch to designers and publishers at the gathering in April, a month after COVID started. Yeah, it was awful timing. But throughout that year, we actually had Fulbright scholars come in to the classroom to experience what we were doing. And one of them happened to be from India. On the day, it was not exclusive. We had no idea. They were not part of our classroom. They were part of another classroom that said, hey, you should see what these guys are doing. And they came into Keith and I's classroom. Keith and I's classroom? Whatever.
Sure.
And on the day that I was presenting the Avengers prototype that I pulled out earlier, which is just index cards and stick figures, and the Holy experience, which is 3-tiered plastic game trays, like really well done. And you could see Bala, his name was Bala. You could see Bala like chomping at the bit to be like, ooh, can I talk about this? Because this is my culture and this is what I'm familiar with. And he lit up. When we were talking about Holy, he talked about the culture. He talked about the festival. He was so enamored that there was a publishing company that made it, or a designer that made it around his culture, that the students gravitated towards him afterwards because they wanted to learn more about the Holy Festival. And it was such an amazing experience to see a Fulbright scholar in our classroom experience that, like, holy shit, there's a board game about my culture. It was so unbelievable.
That's one of the things that makes like this hobby amazing, right?
It's
Is
great.
you get these experiences.
Yep. And again, it goes back to like there are some of the best individuals I've ever met are in this hobby. All right, so what is this from, Mike? You seem to know what it is.
That's Horrified.
Horrified? Horrified? Are you sure?
Yes. It's the
100%?
frenzy marker that determines which monster is going to activate when the frenzy die is rolled.
Do you want to call if it's from the irregular or the...
Oh God!
Lord!
I haven't played the American monsters one, so
Yeah,
I don't
me
know.
either. Okay. Whoops.
That's fine. I will give you credit for saying...
Do they look the same? Do they look the
I might
same?
have given you an extra one if you went on a limb and said the North American, but I will give you each a point for getting Horrified together. Good job. It is now 2-2. You want that back? That's for you. You want this one too? You can have that too. Okay. Number 10. It's a tricky one. Also a game you should play if you haven't played it. Very unique components, very cool mechanisms. One of the more unique rolling mechanisms that I've played in games. Yeah, Samar, it was at some point, like Keith was explaining the game, my game, because I wasn't talking about it, and we were looking at like the different levels of prototypes, right? And here's mine with index cards taped together to represent the buildings, and here's Julio's from Floodgate, which was like stellar, like well done. And Bala was like, I want to talk about this. Like, this is unbelievable that this exists. And when Bala was talking about his culture to the group of, I think it was at that point like 30-something students, because it was a mid classroom, Keith and I locked eyes, like just looking at what was going on in the classroom. Was like, this is what we're doing, right? We're bringing people together, and the ability to showcase a culture that's not necessarily showcased. Just like when we saw like this, we're doing something right. Like this was really cool. It was an unbelievable moment. We still talk. He's a great person. And it was one of the highlights of that year for that moment. Or that moment was a highlight of that year. It was really cool.
Yeah, no, I love it. I gotta guess it's wrong.
I just wrote a game down and it's wrong.
I wrote Eldritch Horror.
Eldritch Horror, yep.
Because it looks like a scary mask.
I think Mike would be closer, but we're not playing Prices Right rules. It is Nagaraja.
Oh my gosh!
Never played Nagaraja.
Such a cool rolling mechanism with those what you're rolling, right? They're not necessarily dice, but the way that they come up with the symbols, and really cool game. If you haven't played it, it's 2-player only again, but it's worth it.
Half a point for writing Raja down.
No, half a point. Still 2-2.
I had no idea what game it was. Okay.
Question number 11. This one's tricky. This was my own picture, and it did not come out well. But if you know the game, you know what it is. I'll give you a hint in a second. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not looking familiar.
So this is taken from the first edition. The second edition is published by Elf Creek Games.
Oh.
Or will be published by Elf Creek Games.
Okay.
The graphic design of the said second edition is done by Matt Paquette.
I got my guess. I do like Elf Creek Games, but I've only played one of their games, Merchants of the Dark Road, which I enjoyed quite a bit.
Merchants of the Dark Road is a good game.
I just bought the component upgrade pack off of Game Nerds because they had it for like $16.
Right here.
Yeah, I have no idea. Wow.
Can I get this without?
So I'm just gonna throw out, since it's not out yet,
Yeah, you have a guess?
a game that probably doesn't even exist. I chose Merchants of the Light Road.
Light Road. Well done. Atlantis Rising. Atlantis Rising is also a great game. First edition, fantastic. Second edition by Elf Creek. Unfortunately, you're both wrong.
Damn. Was Atlantis Rising at least an Elf Creek game? I thought it was.
The second edition is, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Merchants of the Light Road is not anything.
I know.
The correct answer would be Santa's Workshop.
Oh, dang. Okay. I've heard about this. Yeah.
Right. All right. Number 12.
Oh.
Should be able to get it from that orange meeple that's there. Might be able to get it from the purple.
You got it, Mike?
You both have it?
Root.
Tim, what do you got? Oh, Tim, you locked up.
Buffering. He loses.
No, I got to wait for Tim. No.
What you got, Tim? Still buffering?
All right,
Yes,
well, while
he's
we're
still
waiting for
buffering.
Tim, I don't know if you guys were at PAX, but my friend at Queen and Rook Cafe developed this Heroes Wanted kind of like treasure hunt. And it's just coming up because it was in front of Merchants of the Dark Road. But there were a bunch of companies that were involved in the whole thing. And if you went to our booth, you got a little gem. I don't know if you can tell, but they're little gem stickers. Oh, let me see if I can get one on the thing. Where the hell is it? It's right there. See the little gem sticker?
Mm-hmm.
If you got all 9 gem stickers, you submitted it and you were entered into a raffle. And the premise of it and the scroll Heroes Wanted was that there was a dragon that stole all the gems and you had to go get the gems from the merchants that unknowingly got the gems. It was really smart. And if you're in the Philly area, go to Queen and Rook. They're phenomenal. All right, what do you got?
Dungeon Pets? I don't know.
Dungeon Pets is incorrect. Root would be the right.
Oh my God, Root.
The cat.
It is not Root. It is Skulk Hollow.
Oh. Eat it, Mike.
Such a great game that mimics the whole Shadows of Colossus for PlayStation, where you were like jumping up on the big bad and playing while you were jumping around them. Skulk Hollow was great. Great game. I know
This is Jay Cormier and Keith Mateka. Didn't they co-design this?
Definitely Mateka. I don't know about Jay. Possible.
I've been interested in this one. I haven't played it.
Yeah, same.
Get it. 2019 Skulk Hollow. Come on, dude. Did I click it? Eduardo Baraf.
I'll have to look that up.
And then Pencil First Games and Thunderworks. But yeah, Skulk Hollow. They just came out with it was last year. I think they did a Kickstarter for another, not edition, but the sequel to Skulk Hollow. Great mechanism, great game. Really, really, really fun. Also, really cool components.
Clearly.
Yeah. All right. Why am I not moving? Oh, dude, you got me in the eye. Why is it not moving forward? Oh, that's weird.
See your mouse now.
Yeah, that's odd. All right, well, we're going to do this.
Try to add it back in. Try it.
Oh, you know why?
It
was only 12 questions.
Ah.
That's a good reason.
Why are you not moving forward? You guys tied 2-2, and I don't have a tiebreaker.
Ooh.
Ooh. Well, somebody roll an orange die.
I feel like I need to come up with something. What can I do? What can we do? All right, we're gonna do something. Come on, dude. You ready? We're gonna do this. Yeah, I know. Right? Can you see it? You can't see it. Oh, maybe.
Just gift the W to me for pointing out that Syracuse beat Notre Dame in basketball on Saturday.
Listen, your mom could beat Notre Dame in basketball. Mike Bray's getting fired at the end of the year. Well, he's going to be allowed to resign. He's going to resign at the end of the year. Blah, 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 whatever. You want to talk women's basketball at Notre Dame? Well, we could talk Notre Dame football all day, baby. Let's dance.
Well, all right. But I lose my credence when I point out, actually, that Syracuse played Notre Dame in football this year, but lost, and also played Purdue in football this year, but won. Both games were at Syracuse.
So you're saying Syracuse is better?
Well, I got to be real careful. I got to tread lightly, Mike, because my wife graduated from Purdue, and
I know.
But like, I come from like a Notre Dame family, so I can like walk around my house all big and tough, but I can't really bag on Purdue like publicly. I get in trouble, you know. So
that's fine. I still hear Syracuse is better. That's what I hear.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
We had a better record.
It was a good win for us.
All right, here's the tiebreaker.
Uh-oh.
I know, dude. It's 2-2.
Donovan McNabb.
Wow, number 5 for Syracuse. Well done.
Who's
and
H?
For which team?
What, the Eagles?
And how many touchdowns did he throw in a playoff game?
Ooh.
On a broken ankle?
Oh.
3.
Ooh.
Was it 3? Mike got it. Mike got it.
Here's the tiebreaker. You ready? I'll give you a point for each correct word you write down for this.
Okay.
Okay. I mentioned earlier, I am, and most people have already heard about, I am a part of a Monday night show called The Full 42. And I have 2 co-hosts who I am nothing without. One is Christian Strain, and one of them is Katia Howitson. Katia does board game mosaics out of board game components, a la my QSCon logo that I've been wearing. But she owns a company. What is the name of that company?
Oh, not fair. Mike knows this because he stalks her. Damn it.
This is my tiebreaker.
Oh, Mike's got it. Mike's got it.
You will get a point for each correct word. So
I just walk over there and grab it and cheat, but I don't need to.
No cheating.
I don't need to.
No cheating.
All right. There, I wrote the words out of order.
I want to see. I have to see Tim's guess first.
I did not say they had to be in order. I said I would give you 1 point for each correct word.
Ooh.
Are you done, Mike? Are you done writing down your correct
I'm
answer?
done.
So you can smoke me like a cheap ham?
Yes.
All right. I got like board game creations. Isn't it something like that? Any points? Any points
Mike?
for that?
You got 3 points, but he's missing the word art.
Board game art creations.
Oh, it's so close.
Very, very close to getting all 4 points.
Nice.
Unfortunately, Tim, you have lost the competition.
I am the weakest link.
This is the older one, but there's all the images that I bought. There's the logo.
Nice. I was so close, Mike. I was so close. I pulled that out of my ass. I was so close.
I have a ton of respect for people that do things that like I could no way ever do. So one of those things is game designing. I just don't have the patience. Like I got this idea, like just for an example, on the way back from Gen Con, Bob and I are like, hey, let's try to make a bag building 4X game. And we were like talking about cool ideas on the way back. We haven't revisited that idea since. Like it never went past. Wouldn't it be cool if, you know, to flesh it out and create a prototype and then test it hundreds of times. Me, the patience to do that, no. So with her art, the patience to stand over a table for hours and just gradually adjust and shift and grab the right color. And it's like, no, there's no way in hell I would have the patience to do that. So again, total respect for what she does, what you've done. There's no way I would have the patience for that stuff.
All right.
No
So
chance.
when Mike said he had trivia for us, I was like, he's going to throw hockey trivia at us. So I went and researched a bunch of hockey trivia just in case. So Mike, I'm going to throw it on you now.
Okay.
Let's get some hockey trivia. Okay.
Oh, wow.
The Seattle Kraken have a number that they retired before they even played their first game. Do you know what jersey number that is? And extra points if you know why.
So I'm on the East Coast, so I'm not familiar with too many West Coasts. I do know that the Seattle Seahawks really revere their 13th player, 12th player,
13th man. Yeah, 13th man.
Say it's 13 because of that reason.
It's wrong. It's 32 because they pre-sold 32,000 tickets to their opening game. So they retired the jersey number 32.
Very cool.
Okay, let's see. Because I even wrote down what are the two oldest franchises to never win a Stanley Cup?
To never win?
Mm-hmm.
Two oldest.
Yeah, one of them's close to you.
I want to say. Well, that just fucking threw me off. Close to me.
I mean, my geography might be bad, but they're still in the same state as you.
Well, there's only three in my state. There's the Islanders, the Rangers, and Buffalo.
Uh-huh. One of them has never won.
Never won a Stanley Cup? That's bonkers. I'm going to say Buffalo to that one.
That's one of the two. The other one is the Vancouver Canucks.
Oh, yeah, because we put them out in 94. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Do you know what your record is currently as a Rangers fan? I wrote down the Rangers record.
Oh, man. We're 20. Fuck. Good question. I think we're like 15-3-3 on the road. We have 49 points, depending on.
You played 45 games.
All right, we're 21, and I think we had 21 wins.
How many games, Tim?
45 games they played. You've won 25 so far.
25.
You guys just had like a hot streak recently too, right? Did you win
we're like
13.
We're 15-3-3 or 13-3-3, something like that.
And then so yeah, you're 25, 13, and 7.
13-7, 27-18. Yeah, we're not that.
You're 25, 13, and 7. So you is the third number like shootouts? What is that? STO?
So yeah, the first number is wins in regulation.
Right. Yeah.
Losses in losses overall, and then the third number is losses in overtime.
Okay, in overtime, right.
So that third number gets us at least 1 point because a win is a win. But if we lost in overtime, we at least get 1 point. So if you take our wins, multiply them by 2, and then add 1 for every one in that third column, that's how many points we have.
There you go. That's a good cut there, Jason. All right.
Fact, part of Slapshot was filmed here in Syracuse in the War Memorial.
Oh, nice.
Uh-huh.
Nice. Okay, what is the most common number worn by goalies?
Oh, man.
I didn't know this was a thing. Huh?
Say 30.
31. You were so close.
Okay.
31. What is the Brad Marchand rule?
Don't lick people? What if?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. Do you know what the Sean Avery rule is?
Don't face the goalie against when you're playing defense or you're in the offensive
It's
zone.
the stick waving rule. And then this is just a legit question. What's the Gretzky rule?
Be awesome.
The Gretzky rule. No, there was a rule. There was a rule that they implemented. It was like a 4-on-3 thing, or you can't equal a number of players or like out at the same time. They implemented this rule. I saw there was a Gretzky rule and I couldn't find like what the details were. I was trying to look it up and I'm like, I don't know. Fuck it. I'll ask a hockey guy.
I never heard of the Gretzky rule.
Yeah. Apparently it was a thing that they started in like the late 80s. And I think it was like gone for like a year or two and then they brought it back. But I don't know what the Gretzky rule is. I didn't know if it was like the Jordan rule where you give him an extra step, like, what does the great one get to do?
Or the Shaq rule.
Sure.
Defensive 3 seconds.
Yeah. Right. But
I don't know the Gretzky rule. I never heard of it.
Do you know what player has the shortest amount of ice time ever? It's a guy named Randy Exelby. He had 3 minutes of ice time with the Canadiens and 60 minutes with the Oilers. It's the shortest amount of ice time by any professional player ever. I don't know. I was looking up random. I was like, what random trivia is going to get thrown at me? So I'm like making notes. I'm watching Wayne Gretzky highlights just because I like it.
I love that I got in your head that you decided to look up hockey facts.
Dude.
All that to still lose a trivia. Wow.
Yeah, who cares? It was worth it.
I think we can all agree that hockey is the only real sport out there. So.
It's one of the oldest, right? It's almost 150 years old. I got that too.
No offense, but like some of these players, right? They get hit in the face with a puck. They go in the back, get 40 stitches, and come back the next like 2 shifts later. The one guy, and I don't like the Pittsburgh Penguins, but the one guy had a fucking heart attack on the bench. They had to revive him in the hallway. And when they revived him, they were like, I'm going back in. Like, how much time is left? Like, I want to go. The level of unbelievable factor in hockey is like, it never stops, right? You got the TV timeouts, you got the icing, you got this. Hi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hockey is just, I wish more people enjoyed it as much as I did.
Just some of I 100% agree. Some of the toughest dudes you'll ever see. It's funny because you talked about like people getting hurt and how tough they are. I will always respect Drew Bledsoe because there was a time where he got hit. He took like a helmet to the chin. They stapled his neck shut on the sideline because he was bleeding profusely. Dude goes back out there and still plays like a champ. Doesn't miss a beat. I just love badass dudes, like real tough players, the grit. I don't care what sport it is, the grit, when you see men and women go out there and they just ball out, you talk about Donovan McNabb playing on a broken ankle. I remember who was the Marshall quarterback. He's the offensive coordinator now for an NFL team. He played on a broken leg and his team literally carried him. He'd throw the ball. What's his name? Come on, Mike, you got to help me out with this. You're the football guy.
Byron Leftwich, because he just got fired.
It was Byron Leftwich, but he was quarterback for Marshall.
He does not have a job in the NFL right now.
Yeah, fair enough. Easy come, easy go.
He's the scapegoat.
Well, think about Ronnie Lott, right? Like going back to the 80s, right? He got his hand sandwiched in between 2 helmets to the point where I think it was his pinky was like held on by a tendon or something.
Yeah.
So the trainers took it off, put it in ice. He went back out and finished the game, and then they had it put like surgically back on afterwards.
Just
that are just next level.
Dudes are just maniacs, dude. I love it. Well, that's pretty much my hockey trivia for you. I just found some fun, random things. And I was like, I'm just going to ask him if he doesn't give us hockey trivia. I'm going to ask him hockey trivia.
I love it. I love that it got in your head so much and now you're more hockey smart than you were before the show. So.
I looked up every team Mark Messier played for. I didn't know in the 70s, Indianapolis had a hockey team, the Hockey Racers, and that Wayne Gretzky got his start there when he was like 17 years old. Who else played for the Indy Racers? Mark Messier, right? Another great one, right? He played for Indy Racers.
Well, him and Gretzky, like their path throughout their career is just overlapping.
Yeah. And I got to give these hockey guys credits. The ones I was looking up, they played hockey for like 20 plus years. Again, a sport that's as hard as it is on your body, right? Like, and to go through and just have a 25, 26.
Yager's still playing. He's going to be 51, and he's still playing. And
Tom Brady, eat your heart out.
Jason's got the Gretzky rule, stated that when there were coincidental minor penalties, instead of each team playing with one fewer skater, the number of players on the ice would not change. Interesting. I did not know that was the rule.
Okay, that's the Gretzky rule.
Huh.
So,
thanks, Jason. That was the whole. What's fun for me about this is all the information that you learned by doing the research and figuring out like what I was going to ask you for hockey trivia. That all pushed really important information out of your brain to now know all of those stupid facts. So all of the shit you just learned and taught us, they're stuck in your head, and some really important shit found its way out because of that. That's more important for me. I love it.
I will say, live hockey is incredible. I've only gotten to see minor league hockey, and I've seen Notre Dame hockey, and it's such a small arena. You're just right on top of the ice. Really, really fun time to see Notre Dame hockey for sure.
I'm very lucky to be. So in Syracuse for a while, we were affiliated with the Columbus Blue Jackets, and after the game, you'd be walking to the parking garage with a lot of these players because they also parked in the parking garage. And then a couple weeks later, like they'd be playing up in Columbus, and you just had a conversation with them, like walking across the streets of Syracuse about how shitty the refs were, or it wasn't a penalty, whatever. And then we got to Tampa, and we've been able to watch a lot of our players go up and play with Tampa and hoist the cup. And there were some moments where during their back-to-back cup wins, a lot of those players you got to meet on a very personal level. And I remember at one point, John Scott, who was playing for the opposite team, I wanted his autograph so bad for his whole story about being voted into the All-Star game, and everything was just so super. And he's signing. We had cowbells, and he's signing my cowbell, and I'm like, so at some point you're so close to the play that you're watching all this stuff happen, and there's the puck, and you're watching the puck. But if you know hockey, you're watching everything but the puck. You're watching behind the play. You're watching what the refs don't see. You're watching what players are doing to each other when the puck isn't in view. And throughout the game, I watched John and the entire team when he was with was it Hamilton? I forget who it was. Whoever Montreal's minor league team was at the time. I just see them giving it to one of our players, like trying to jab him at the end of the play, or like the refs are looking up ice because the puck's going up ice and someone's just giving him a fucking elbow. He was just a fucking debutante. He was like, he thought he was the shit, and he wasn't, and he still isn't. And people just giving him stuff. Like, he's still playing in the NHL. He's not. He shouldn't be. And I asked him, like, so I watched you in the corner, and I watched what you were doing, and it seemed like your entire team was like just doing this thing. I'm like, so what was the deal? And he kind of. So we're in the hallway of like outside the locker room, like whatever. And he kind of looked up and down the hallway, like just to see if anyone was around. And he looked at me. He's like, I just don't fucking like him. Dude, that's awesome. It was so with someone who would like at that level. It was just awesome. And it's at the AHL level. You don't get that. It's kind of like board games, right? You don't get that personal nature that you get at the NHL level, because you're never going to meet a Ranger. Like if you do, good on you, right? But you're never going to meet them after the game, or if you know someone who knows someone, you might be in the right spot. And at the AHL level, like I met so many ex-Rangers, Scott Gomez and Ryan Holwig, and so many people that I loved watching on the NHL level that were just sent down, and you just get to talk to them. And it's just like they have their little styrofoam thing of food that they got for the bus ride home, and they are like genuine people that you get to talk to. It's such a fun sport to begin with, and then to meet the people that are playing it they're just cool. And
very cool
moments that are just like that. It's awesome.
Right on. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Just the whole up and down the hallway, right? Because it was a closed hallway, and he kind of just did like the whole like, is anyone around? Like, I want to say this, but I don't want to say this. If anyone's, and just candid, I just don't fucking like him. Like, dude, you're awesome. You're my favorite from now on. I don't care what team you're on. You're great.
I get it. I've had encounters with baseball players like that, where they're signing autographs and you're just like, we were heckling Joe Girardi, who played for the Cubs for a long time.
Yep.
Went to a Cubs Cardinals game. He's playing for the Cardinals, and I'm sitting in the bleachers, and they're warming up during batting practice, and this dude next to me yells, Joe, you got Cubby Blue on under that warm up, and he lifts up his shirt and he's wearing red, and everybody just started booing him, and he just gives us all the bird, and we're all laughing and having a great time. Yeah. And it's like, I love Joe Girardi. He played for Northwestern. He's a Chicago guy. He did great things with the Yankees. I just always loved Joe Girardi. Just kind of similar stuff, right? Guys just kind of talking trash with the fans and being in that. So
yeah, I'm born in the Bronx, so my blood is pinstriped. So I'm definitely a Yankee fan by heart.
That's good, because I hate the Mets. I hate the Mets so much. I mean,
it's still New York, though. It's not Boston. I remember being at opening day, Yankee Stadium. I'm sitting second row behind the Baltimore bench. And someone who owned us at Yankee Stadium, Kevin Millar.
Oh, yeah.
Was on the Orioles at the time. And it was like fourth inning or whatever the fuck, and there were runners on, and he smacked a home run. It wasn't even close. Balanced the bases, crosses home plate, run into the bullpen. We're all fucking booing him. And as he's going into the bullpen, he's just telling us all like it's my house. And he's at Yankee Stadium, and he's just telling us, reminding us all it's my house, because Millar was just abused, right? So it's like Skinner from Carolina just owning the Rangers every time he's on the fucking ice. So he says it twice before he goes under to the bullpen. And we're all like, whatever. We gave up the chant. We give up the boo. And then he pokes his head up again and he goes, it's my house. And then he goes back. Just taunting the fans, just having fun. Like, whatever. I don't hate him at that. But he was with Boston for so long. And it happened to be with Baltimore at the time, and it was just fun. It was just, there's certain players that are rude and obnoxious, and he wasn't one of them. He was having fun with the crowd.
Just having a good time, dude. It's such a great experience that you only get in sports.
Yeah, just getting us into it. It was just great.
Daryl, I'm assuming that's a Simpsons reference, Jason. I'm guessing. If anybody knows that old Simpson.
Yeah. That's cool, because I at the Crunch, they had Darryl Strawberry as a special guest, and you had like a meet and greet with him. And I got him to sign my hat, and he was also with the Mets, right? He won the championship with the Mets, and then he played with the Yankees. And I asked him, I'm like, which one's more special? Like the one with the Mets, which was your first time, or the ones with the Yankees? After all that shit, like it was implied, after all the shit he'd gone through, like he came back and was still a performer. And his answer was so humble. He's like, they're all different. They all mean the same. Like, I can't pinpoint one of them because they were all special in their own right. And it was just a very humble way of saying, like, they all matter. And he could put one ahead of the other. It wasn't the Mets one. It wasn't the Yankees comeback. They were all the same in different parts of his life. And it was really cool to, you get that kind of moment with certain people. It's just, you don't forget it. Sports. It's like board games. You have these amazing connections with people, right? The Yankees take the field. They don't give a shit about my designs, and if they have a contract and if I'm doing well, and they don't care, right? But man, every time the Rangers take the ice, I'm like 7:00, puck's dropping. Like I want to hear Sam, I want to hear Joe, I want to watch the puck drop. I give a shit about them, and there's such a camaraderie with those people that also like the same shit you like, and it's very similar to board games, right?
Yeah, I agree. You it's like any industry. You meet people that you idolize and you love, and it is such a good feeling when they actually are cool people, and you're like, oh, even better. Like it just made my favorite thing like that much richer of an experience, so yeah, I'm with you 100%. I'm the same way. Like Notre Dame football is appointment viewing for me. I never miss a game. If I'm not at the stadium, I'm at home. My wife, bless her heart, she is thankfully a football fan too, but she's a Purdue season ticket football holder. So she goes down to Lafayette. I'll watch the kids. I don't care. I'm watching football. I'm watching my team play right when it starts, and I'm watching it live. Like that's so I get it. Puck drop, you're there, right? I'm in, tuned in.
Yeah. The only reason, and I guess to shift over to football, the only reason I'm pulling for the Bengals in the postseason is because this little guy here was born in November last year when the Super Bowl was happening. The Bengals were in the postseason. They were in the Super Bowl, and he had a onesie that had just Bengal Tigers over it. And we were watching the Super Bowl, and he's watching the Super Bowl in his little Bengals onesie, and I'm like, all right, well, now I'm a Bengals fan, like just because of that reason,
dude.
I kind of want to go because of that connection. Totally doesn't make sense, but why the hell not?
Listen, that's enough. That's enough of a reason. Like it's weird, random things that can just make you love or hate a team, right? It could go just as hard and fast the other way. So I get it.
New York, and I'm a Packer fan because I remember my dad, when we were putting the addition on the house that I grew up in, he ordered the Pink Panther insulation for the walls. And Pink Panther insulation had a promo where if you bought a certain amount of rolls, you got a free NFL jacket, like this satin jacket. I still have it in the closet. And really?
He's got a lot to say.
You want to say something? Okay. So he was a Packer fan, and he never got to watch the games because we're in New York, and this was before DirecTV, right? You're talking 70s, 80s, like Don Majkowski kind of quarterback stuff. And I remember him getting that jacket, and at that point, I was a Packer fan. For some reason, my dad was a Packer fan. He got this jacket, and now I'm a Packer fan. And that's the only reason why I like the Green Bay Packers. I hate the Giants because they're in Jersey. They're not New York.
Right.
I hate the Mets because they're in Jersey. They're not New York. The only true New York team is the Buffalo Bills. But I'm a Packer fan. And I'll root for the Bengals because of some stupid insignificant thing that happened to be on a onesie. Like, it's just sports is a weird thing.
Yeah. It's fickle. It is fickle. I love it though.
It's not Brady. I don't care. Beat the shit out of Brady.
Yeah. I'm hopefully I just watched his last game, and which means that he'll be out, and then the Raiders won't pursue him. They'll pursue Aaron Rodgers, and then that gets Aaron Rodgers out of the North Division, and Aaron Rodgers can go get his ass beat down in Las Vegas, and he can wreck that team just like he wrecked the Packers. So
I think he goes Baltimore.
The rumor,
he's just my most hated.
The rumor
player.
of
That's
Brady to Raiders honestly makes zero sense. They are a far inferior team to the Bucs. The Bucs were a shell of themselves from the previous years because of injuries. The Raiders are awful. They don't have a lot of depth. So why would a guy who can't move around, has limited arm strength, go to a team that can't block? Their best running back is about to hit free agency.
Yeah,
Devontae, money. It's not about money anymore. It never was about money for him. He's the one that takes less money to get more players on the team. Although
not Brady. Rogers takes more money. I was buffering, so I missed that. But the Raiders have said they're going to.
Brady's not going to to the Raiders.
No, he's going to retire. He's going to retire.
That's such a dumb rumor.
Free agency, he should retire. I think Rodgers goes Baltimore, although I who knows with the way the postseason ended up. I think Rodgers goes Baltimore, but we'll see.
I just want him out of the North, and I want him to go somewhere where he gets crushed. That's all.
Well, as long as he goes, he's not smart. He's not stupid. He's a very
he's smart.
He's cerebral. He's very intelligent. So he will go to a team that can get him the line that he needs to protect him, and then be able to be in the pocket and control the pocket, and just be the Tom Brady that he's going to be. Like, he can be that caliber where he picks apart the defense unbelievably. But if one wide receiver he throws to drops the ball, he won't throw that guy for like 3 weeks. I mean, he's such an asshole about that. Yep. He's he doesn't. It's why I don't like LeBron James. LeBron James doesn't make players around him better, like Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant. They made players around him. They made their teams better. They lifted up their teams. I mean, they could put the team on their back and win you the damn game, but they also made their teammates better.
LeBron doesn't do that. And I think Rodgers used to do that and then started smelling himself and reading his own press. And now Rodgers is his own worst enemy. He's taken too much money. It's detrimental to your team.
Yep.
And he likes the guys he likes, and he only wants to throw to them.
Yep.
And then when they start dropping the ball, then he doesn't like them anymore. And it's just a whole thing.
There's a big difference between LeBron and Jordan, right? Jordan won championships with people he was given. LeBron can't win championships with people he's picked.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And LeBron won't be coached. He refuses to be coached. He gets his coaches fired.
Yep.
Jordan could be coached. Bird could be coached. Kobe could be coached. And I kid's super talented, but he's, I don't like him. I don't like him one bit.
There's no doubt Brady is a stellar athlete. He is amazing. He's cerebral. He does his homework. He knows how to throw. Although, if you watch his last,
Woof.
it looked like I could throw a ball better than some of the throws he did.
Yeah.
He looked like he had no arm strength left.
Oh, my dear God. Like, he was like 5 yards off of his target. Like, it was just, I know there's miscommunication. Like, if your wide receiver goes this way and you throw that way, but he was throwing like it wasn't even on the same playbook. Like, it was just bad.
No, and then I think he just got the yips because they were in his head, like they were pressuring him really hard, and he couldn't get around it.
He couldn't keep a clean pocket that whole game.
Yeah, it's just different. I know it sucks because there's always the what if, right? Like LeBron in his prime and Jordan is his prime. Like it I still think it's no. I saw something. There was a report. Reporter had asked Jordan, like, something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing, but like the 90s Bulls, right? The three-peat and the three-peat. He asked him, like, how would the 90s Bulls do against LeBron James and the Lakers? And he said something like, well, we would beat them by like three or 5 points or whatever.
Oh, yes.
And the reporter was like, why so close? And he's like, yeah, we're all in our 60s now. He's still cocky enough to be like, dude, we'd still beat them at this age because of reasons. And it's just like there's a difference between cockiness and confidence. Like he's cocky, but he should be. And his confidence level is just like it's warranted. Where LeBron he can pick whoever he wants to be on that team, and he's still not winning championships. Like, dude, you didn't even make the playoffs. Like, just shut up.
Yeah, he sucks. I hate him.
I agree.
He's a great,
unbelievably talented.
Yes.
All the training, all the whatever the hell you want to throw in a modern basketball player's repertoire. Like, I get it, right? Jordan didn't have all of the stuff that LeBron has right now. All of the training, all of the muscle building, all of the stuff, right? All of the players. I get it. It's a different league. But you put LeBron in Jordan's time with Jordan stuff, like it's not even a contest.
Well, especially with the flopper that he is, you know what I mean? Like, God, you watch Jordan, get the crap beat out of him by the Pistons all the time, and just tough, badass players.
There's a great a comparison of images of Jordan's moves, and there's a real parallel between Jordan's moves and Kobe's moves, right? Very similar. His fadeaway, his tuck, everything about him. And there's a great comparison of images of Jordan doing the move and Kobe doing the move, and then LeBron doing the move. And it's such it's hysterical because it's like he's flopping or he's crying or he's like, it's such a great meme or such a great image. Because he's just not as good.
No. And he's a whiner. And he's a whiner.
And a flopper.
It's like Sidney Crosby in hockey. When you start learning more about hockey, you'll learn about Sidney. You'll learn to call him Cindy. And you'll learn how he's just a complainer. He wants a call. That's just who he is. And I hate him for it.
I hate it when the first thing a player does is look to the ref for their call. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you put your hands up. What do you want to fly away? Like, just stop, dude. Play better.
Oh, all right. Well, we're getting close. Well, actually, I was gonna say we're getting close to midnight. We're after midnight now.
4 hours.
This is our longest Whiskey Wednesday, and but I do probably need to go to bed because I got to get up at like 5 a.m. But Mike, I'm in trouble, dude. If we ever hang out, because I could just talk to you for hours about whatever.
Yeah, clearly. The next convention we're at, we're fucked.
Clearly, because it'll be even worse because if we're at a con, I'll be drinking, you know what I mean? And it's just like, it won't stop.
I love it.
won't-
I love
it
it.
won't
I
stop.
love you guys. We obviously we had you on the full 42. I met you at Gen Con for the first time. You guys are just awesome. What you're doing, keep doing. I'd be happy to be on anytime you need to talk for 4 hours about. But yeah, you guys are great. I'll support you as much as I can from my humble abode. Keep doing what you're doing. You guys are great.
But yeah, man, I thank you for all the kind and undeserving words that you just heaped upon us. But I appreciate it. And yeah, you got to come back on and talk to us some more because, well, why the hell not? This has been a blast.
And we didn't get to design any games, but
we'll do that.
We will.
Next time.
We will. I know.
For sure. Well, we won't have to go through the origin story. We won't have to do all the extra stuff. So yeah, next time, why don't we do a top 5 something? And then we'll do some feedback from the crowd about game design. I have a wheel. I don't know if you can see it. See the wheel?
Oh, I do see it. I do see it.
I can put some requests on the wheel and then spin the wheel, and we can make a game based on requests too. So
nice.
Even better. Yeah. So, because like what has been happening is these guys all they pitch us a theme, and then Mike and I come up with some stupid game based around it and like how to make it work. Like we had, what was it? Percocet, Florida Man, Percocet Empire.
Yeah, Florida Man, Percocet Empire.
Yeah. So I came up with a game about that. And then Mike came up. Mike, what was the title of your version of it?
Mine was a 4X game called Heroes of Perks, Vikes, and Weed.
Yeah. And he was just basically running a drug empire.
I was, and it was a play off of,
Heroes of Land, Air, and Sea.
Correct.
Yeah.
You only got 3 vices there, and if it's a 4X, you should have done 4.
Well, see, this is where the ringer comes in. This is where the ringer comes in. So I guess by default, then, Mike, my design won.
Oh,
sorry, buddy.
Hey, the guys in our Discord are still talking about my game design. So
yeah, but it's incomplete. It's incomplete. Doesn't count.
It's a 3X, just like every other 4X game.
You get a do not finish. Did not finish.
We'll make it work. Yeah, let me know whenever you guys want to go down that. Maybe it won't be a 4-hour show, or maybe it will.
Right.
But yeah, whenever you guys want to talk about that, I'd love to. I'll be on whenever. You guys are great. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Not only for the support you've given for 3WS and Mission Control, but for us on the full 42. We love seeing you in the chat. Love to have you on again, obviously. But yeah.
Once my buffer thing is actually like locked down, I would love to be back on because I'd love to be able to talk for more than like 30 seconds at a time. But yeah, man, I really appreciate that. And again, thank you so much for coming on and being like our first outside guest.
Thanks for having me. I really
appreciate
it. I'm humbled by everything that's happened to me since that interaction with Richard and the opportunities that it's afforded me, but it's still surreal that I get asked to be on shows
and do stuff, right? Yeah,
I appreciate you guys asking me on. It's been a blast.
Mike and I have been excited about this. We've been like chatting amongst ourselves because we were actually chatting like last week, and it's like we should have somebody on. I'm like, I'm gonna ask Mike, see when he'll come on. So yeah, and it just kind of all worked out really well. Like you answered so fast. I was like, holy shit, I guess it's happening. Because it's sort of sometimes you just throw a thing out there and you're like, well, we'll see what happens.
It wasn't even a question. Like you guys were stellar at Gen Con, and I didn't know you before. Obviously, Katya had some interaction with you prior to, but right. I had no idea who you guys were. It was great to meet you guys. And even that interaction at Gen Con, as small as it was and chaotic as it was, because let's face it, Gen Con is just chaos from start to finish. Everything that happened afterwards, like even the little off the cuff when BA stopped by and you were like, dude, like you should, BA is one of the best people in, even just the off not really camera, but off camera comments mean a lot. Right. And you could tell a lot from people when they're genuinely supporting other people in the industry. And you guys came across as some of the coolest people that I've met over the past couple of years. So anything you guys need, anything you guys I can help with, I'm in.
Yeah, and likewise, right? Anything. You got something you want eyeballs on? Let us know. Ears on. We'll talk about it.
You mean
It's
like
exciting.
maybe 3 different mission control players?
Yes, that. Yes, that. What's last update I heard was first quarter of this year though for Mission Control.
Yeah, Chinese New Year is going to screw us a little bit because of delays, but it's in manufacturing. It's being produced. We'd be lucky if it's March. It's probably April, which is technically Q2. But for no other reason, it will definitely be. It'll be delivered. So I guess as a little plug, if you go to thirdworld.com, third with a 3 as the E. If you go there, it's still pre-order to have the expansion for free. Those will be delivered as soon as we get them. And then we're looking at it definitely being at Origins, which is June, if not sooner. So we're looking at April, probably mid-April, end of April by the time we get the stuff. But yeah.
That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
That'll be awesome.
Yeah, it'll be good. Fun stuff. For sure. And then our next one, I mean, I guess I'm going to start pushing out the next Kickstarter link for this one, but I think I might have showed you guys at Gen Con, but Charcuterie, the board game.
Charcuterie, yeah. I was going to ask you about that, yeah.
Yeah. So we're gearing up for the Kickstarter. That'll be March, late March. Every piece in that game is illustrated by Jola Shopik. Jola Pictures, if you follow her on Instagram or whatever, her art is stellar. Just amazing, and she's done everything down to the player boards in watercolor and colored pencil, like pencil drawings. It's all specific drawings of all the pieces, but that'll be our next one. And then we have a ton of stuff in the pipeline that I technically can't talk about. I mean, this will be documented, so I really can't. But like Kathy and I have a game that's coming out. I'm working on a game with Kevin Wilson, who did the Stuff of Legend, co-designer of Arkham Horror. That'll be coming out with an amazing IP that I wish I could talk about, but I can't. But
all right, I get it. That's cool though.
It's good. Follow 3WS. We got a lot of stuff going. Not only with the graphic novels. And prose novels that are coming out, but Chicken Hair on Netflix and the games that we have not only out right now but are coming out. Like it's a great time to be. They're just a great bunch of people, and I'm happy to be on board with everything that they're doing. Not only board game wise, but just across the gamut. Like they're good. They got good stuff going on.
Right on. Hell yeah. Well, you guys heard it here first. Make sure you check them out.
I mean, if it's 4 hours, man. So I might as well give somebody something, right? If you've made it to the end of the show and it's 4 hours and 6 minutes, I might as well tell you that we got some cool shit going on, and I don't want to get myself in too much trouble. But
no, don't do that, because I want to have you back on, and I need you to have that inside pipeline so we get the good knowledge. But all right, Mike, you guys ready? You got my light just kind of dimmed. They're on a timer. If I don't move, they turn off.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this has been absolutely amazing. But we're going to be in trouble next time we have you on, or next time we hang out in person. That is for damn sure. But in the best way.
Well, just prepare for it, right? Like, it's going to be, I didn't think 4 hours. I mean, this is pushing like the longest full 42 that we've had. I knew it would be long, but I didn't anticipate 3 hours or 4 hours. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think our longest is like 2:45. That was with 3 of us one time.
What you need to do is do an over/under. So here's what you do for the next time, okay? And whoever's listening or in the chat or watching this, and your future self, what we should do is do an over/under on how many times throughout our episode, no matter how long it is, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, how many times Tim buffers. Right? And you do an over/under, and you figure out how many times, over the course of that time, Tim buffers, and then we figure out some sort of winner. We do a giveaway or something, and
Right.
Price is Right rules. Whoever is closest without going over, kind of thing.
We'll give away Mike's copy of Dwellings of Eldervale.
Oh yeah, totally not valuable at all. So
you want a good price.
Copy of Batman with the expansion that I could give away if we do something.
Oh.
See, I gotta get that game. I gotta play your game, man. I feel like a bad host. I haven't played your game.
IDW Games is no longer, so whatever's out there is out there. So
Right. Yeah, when they croaked, that was a bummer because they did have some good IPs, and
it's sad because Ninja Turtles and Batman were their biggest sellers, and they just I mean, this is me in hindsight, but I just don't think they marketed it properly, which is a direct reason why they're no longer a thing. I know, dude. I know. I know. You want to plug Donnie and Corey's initial game? Here.
Capital Vices.
If you can get a copy of this is Donnie and Corey's, one of their initial, like their first games. It's really smart. I don't want to talk too much about it, and I let them have them on at some point because they're also great people to talk to. But it's about the 7 sins, and the mechanism of this box that these cards are in is actually the first player marker, and the cards are discarded into this thing, which is passed. It's really, really, really clever.
That's neat. I'll have to look that up.
Also, why are you eating this? Yeah? Can I have this? Okay, no. Okay.
I love it.
What do you want? What do you see over here? You don't want that. That's from one of the prototypes. All right, I could do this all day, so you guys got to cut me off.
I'm waiting on Tim. He was playing with something. I don't know what he was playing with. Now he's buffering. So now I gotta wait for him to come back.
We're still hanging out. Samara, I'm into a game design session for sure. Bob, thanks for sticking around this late. That's friggin' awesome. And
he's a third shifter. Yep.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah. Oh, now we completely lost him.
Like just flat out done. Wow.
All right. Well, I guess that's our cue. I'm just gonna outro without Tim. But Mike, it was awesome. We super appreciate you being on today, and we'll definitely make it happen again. We have some unfinished business with our on-the-fly game design that we obviously have more people interested in. So
I'm in anytime. I appreciate you guys giving me the chance. I'm super honored to be your first special guest. Keep doing what you're doing. Love you guys, and let's support each other moving forward for sure.
For sure. Appreciate it, man. Thanks everybody that joined us tonight for this marathon. But his phone died, so he definitely can't get back on. So yeah, that being said, for the board game rundown, I've been Mike. That's the other Mike. But he's not with Board Game Rundown. We'll see you guys next time.